protection. There are, numerous leaders, as Prashant GS points out, who do come from humble backgrounds.
We have never claimed that Mr. Siddaramaiah is above law. There is some kind of weird, theory that Mr. Prashant is floating around. We have never said Mr. Siddaramaiah is above law. In fact, Siddaramaiah is somebody who has always held law with the highest regards and respect. He has also held the constitution with the highest amount of respect. We have a recourse. We can go to the divisional bench. We can go to the Supreme Court. We will do all of it. Meanwhile, I would like to remind the BJP and the entire nation that in spite of the SEBI scam, Nirmala Sitharaman has not spoken a word about resigning, about the kind of financial mismanagement that has happened in the nation. So just because there is an investigation ordered by the court does not mean our CM has to resign. The CM will not resign. He will continue as a CM and he'll complete the 5-year term.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much, both Prashant and Lavanya Balal, for joining us. And the Congress, they're saying that no, Siddaramaiah is not going to resign and he will face the matter. Siddaramaiah himself in this press conference did say he has full faith in the law and that the truth will prevail. The BJP demanding his resignation, also a CBI probe into the matter. News now from Kerala, where MLA and actor Mukesh was arrested today and then released on bail in connection with a sexual assault complaint filed by a junior artist. And Mukesh, accompanied by his lawyer, had appeared before the special investigation team, where he was questioned for 3 hours and then arrested. Now, the allegations came in the wake of the release of the Hema Committee report, which shed light on rampant prevalence of sexual harassment and abuse of power in the Malayalam film industry. Also, the Kerala police has issued an arrest warrant against Malayalam actor Siddique in relation to the Malayalam cinema Me Too case. The police have begun search operations over this alleged sexual assault case. Well, let's go across to Uma Sudhir for more on this matter. And Uma, so 2 big developments. Also, actor MLA Mukesh was arrested and then he was released as he had, a previous, his plea was granted by the court.
Yes, indeed. This was something that was pressure building up on the ruling front government in Kerala as well about action against the Kollam MLA, the CPM MLA, Mr. Mukesh. And yes, there was an arrest that happened after calling him for interrogation at the police headquarters in Kochi. For about 3 hours, we are told he was interrogated, after which his arrest was carried out. And subsequently, he was taken for a medical examination. But in the meanwhile, they also granted him bail because he has got an anticipatory bail before. But as you pointed out, a very important development is that in the case of actor Siddique, who was in fact the first in the recent face of all these Me Too allegations, he was the first to resign as Amma General Secretary, and he is someone who has been denied bail now by the court. And the observations of the court, in fact, are very, very important. One, they are saying that there must be a thorough investigation, and it needs to be since the petitioner completely denies the incident and there is a potency test that is required, and there are reasonable concerns that he may intimidate, and therefore they believe that there should be a custodial interrogation of this particular actor, and that's one reason why anticipatory bail is being denied in this case. And they also are saying pre-arrest bail the accused had sought because there was delay in reporting the crime, and then the rape charges were not attracted as there is no mention of penetrative sex, and that the survivor is an outspoken and vociferous woman. So the court has also spoken out against character assassination of the women who are coming out to make these complaints, because there is this kind of a image or an outline of a personality that is printed out that the court did not look favorably at, and that's the reason why we understand that even as the police, we are told, is going to go and look out for Mr. Siddique. As of now, they said there's a lookout notice for him because they could not find him, but there is now the anticipatory bail for him has been rejected, and therefore if he is arrested, that is big news for Kerala, because he is a very, very tall actor, highly respected as an actor and as a director, and for various other roles that he has performed in the Kerala film industry, and therefore this will be watched very keenly in Kerala and across the world where Siddique has his followers. Back to you.
All right, so actor MLA Mukesh arrested and released, and now lookout circular there for actor Siddique. Thanks so much, Uma, for joining us with all the latest developments. News now from Maharashtra, where a massive controversy has broken out over the death of the Badlapur rape accused who died in police custody yesterday evening. The 23-year-old man accused of raping two nursery school girls in a school in Maharashtra's Badlapur was shot dead by the police yesterday after he was being transported in a case and after he reportedly snatched a constable's gun and fired at a police officer. He was shot dead. But the opposition has now hit out questioning this version and asking whether the accused was murdered to protect powerful BJP leaders who are connected to the school. Opposition saying that justice needed to have been done, but by the law.
अक्षय अन्ना शिंदे जो अरेस्ट था और तलोजा मध्यवर्ती कारागृह में न्यायालयीन बंदी था, उसके ऊपर और एक गुना उसके वाइफ ने दर्ज किया था। उसके लिए स्पेशल टीम बनाई गई थी और स्पेशल टीम के अधिकारियों ने माननीय न्यायालय से ट्रांसफर वारंट लेके वो आरोपी को ये जो नया गुना दाखिल हुआ है उसमें ट्रांसफर करने के लिए तलोजा मध्यवर्ती कारागृह से कल उसको ताबे में लिया था और ताबे में लेके जब वो आ रहे थे थाना की तरफ, तब आरोपी ने पुलिस का रिवॉल्वर छीन के जो पुलिस के साथ पुलिस के ऊपर फायरिंग की। उसके वो सब जो मैटर है उसमें मुमरा पुलिस स्टेशन में पुलिस के ऊपर जानलेवा हमला करने का जो ये था उस पे गुना रजिस्टर किया गया है।
कायदा कहता है उसकी कस्टडी होना चाहिए, उसकी मालूमात होना चाहिए, कोर्ट में जाना चाहिए और उसका रिजल्ट जो न्यायालय देगा उसी तरीके से उसको सजा होना चाहिए। लेकिन कल देखे जाए तो वो जो गाड़ी में बैठा है उसने पुलिस का रिवॉल्वर छीना है। इसमें पुलिस भी थोड़ी कमियां उनकी दिखने में आई। उसने जब पुलिसों के ऊपर रिवॉल्वर तानी और गोली चलाई तो उसने उसका जो रिप्लाई जिसको बोलते हैं तो वो करने के डिफेंस में उन्होंने जो फायर किया उसमें उसकी मौत हो गई।
जस्टिस मिलना जरूरी था और जस्टिस मिलने के बाद फांसी देना जरूरी था। लेकिन जो भी कल घटना घड़ी है उसमें काफी सारे प्रश्न हैं। पहला प्रश्न यही है कि क्या आपटे को बचाने के लिए ये एनकाउंटर या खून या जो भी हो वो हुआ है। दूसरी चीज सबसे अहम यही होती है कि जो आंदोलन करते थे, जिन्होंने जिस बात के खिलाफ आंदोलन किया, 7 दिन तक एफआईआर नहीं ली गई थी, वो जो आंदोलन किया उनके खिलाफ जो केसेस दर्ज हुए हैं वो केसेस के पीछे लिए जाएंगे, केसेस विड्रॉ किए जाएंगे।
Death of Akshay Shinde in alleged retaliatory firing. He was of course an accused in the Badlapur sexual assault case. This has obviously led to a political slugfest of sorts. We did hear reactions from both the opposition as well as the ruling party, while the ruling party Mahayuti continues to maintain that this was an act of self-defense as far as the police is concerned. The opposition leaving no stone unturned in attacking the state government, saying that this was done deliberately to protect some of the higher-ups and powerful people, including the trustees of that particular school who are currently absconding. They were also named as accused, but they are absconding. In order to protect them, this shootout happened is something that the opposition has been maintaining, and they've also called for a judicial probe as far as the entire investigations into the death of Akshay Shinde is concerned. Of course, they maintain that this happened at 6 p.m. yesterday. Initially, it was Akshay who snatched the gun and attacked one of the police officials. He was hurt in his thigh, and later another cop, in fact, fired back at him, after which, of course, Akshay succumbed to his injuries. Now, an SIT has been formed by the state government. They are looking into it. They are investigating all the details with respect to the case. Forensic team was at the spot in the morning. All the police officials who were there at the spot also being questioned. Post-mortem will also be conducted, so there will be more clarity post the post-mortem as well. Investigations being looked into all angles is something that the police officials are telling, but judicial probe is something that the opposition is demanding. And very interestingly, Bombay High Court had taken suo motu cognizance as far as this entire Badlapur case, sexual assault case of the toddlers are concerned. So there is a possibility that High Court may take cognizance of the death of the accused in the case as well. October 1 is when Bombay High Court will be hearing the other matter, and there is a possibility court could take cognizance and may perhaps order judicial inquiry into the death of Akshay Shinde, who was the prime accused as far as this serious case is concerned.
All right, moving on to news now from the national capital, and the Delhi Mayor Shelley Oberoi has written to the MCD Commissioner on the issue of waste collection. This is after waste was seen strewn all over in various parts of the capital. The Delhi Mayor has directed MCD Commissioner to explain reasons behind the failure of waste collection agencies to carry out door-to-door collection of waste across Delhi. The Mayor has asked the Commissioner, are you aware of this fact that waste collection agencies under the MCD have stopped doing daily door-to-door collection of municipal waste in many of the Delhi localities? And if so, what is the extent of this problem and what are the reasons behind the lack of performance by waste collection agencies? What are the measures that need to be taken to ensure a time-bound resolution of this matter that poses a great risk to health and hygiene of lakhs of residents across Delhi? So there you can see those visuals of waste in Delhi, and after it's found that MCD agencies are not carrying out their function of door-to-door collection of waste. So the Mayor trying to resolve this waste collection issue. Well, hopefully something will be done there, and with that we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City Mumbai
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast News on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court observed in a landmark ruling against child pornographic content that common belief is that sex education is a Western concept that does not align with traditional Indian values. This view has led to resistance from various state governments, resulting in bans on sex education in schools in some states. A bench of Chief Justice of India by Chandrachud and Justice J.B. Pardiwala added that this type of opposition hinders the implementation of comprehensive and effective sexual health programs, leaving many adolescents without accurate information. And this is what causes teenagers and young adults to turn to the internet. We have access to unmonitored and unfiltered information, which is often misleading and can plant the seed of unhealthy sexual behavior. So very interesting observations with the Supreme Court. They're batting for sex education. This was during the hearing yesterday on child pornography. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And Aishwarya, now the details of that judgment emerging and the Supreme Court's comments on sex education.
Well, very important remarks being made by the Supreme Court. Also hailed the Jharkhand government as far as the Udan program is concerned of the Jharkhand government regarding the sex education. It is, of course, the Supreme Court who had stated that why several states had banned the sex education, and there are several instances where in the past it has been stated that there are the Indian which are not aligned with the traditional Indian values, and therefore the reason perhaps there had been ban on sex education, and therefore the reason perhaps the young adults of the country do not get the right information. They go to the internet with having miseducation, and also there have been several instances where the young adults lead to the wrong information that they get from the internet, and therefore they indulge in such crime. Remember, yesterday Supreme Court gave a landmark judgment regarding the child pornography, which according to Supreme Court now has been completely banned, and even having that in the devices of any individual or watching that will lead to possession under the POXO Act. On the other side, the Supreme Court also stated that the Parliament should pass an act and they should rename the entire POXO Act as well, until and unless there should be an ordinance that the central government should bring in, so that there should be more action that should be taken. But certainly a very important remarks as far as the sex education in the country is concerned, why it is very necessary for young adults to learn about this the program and education in schools and colleges, so that right education should be given in that term, which can reduce the crime ratio and also get a right information, right knowledge, so that there should be reduction in the child pornography, as well as the crime ratio, which is day by day increasing in the country.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us. With that, so very progressive comments there coming from the country's top court. Well, let's get to election news now ahead of Haryana Assembly polls. And former Haryana Deputy Chief Minister Chandra Mohan Bishnoi is back to being a family man to try and resurrect his political career. A son of former Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Bishnoi was elected as MLA from Kalka Assembly constituency for 4 continuous terms from 93 till 2005. He was also former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana. NDTV's Gurpreet spoke to Chandra Mohan Bishnoi. Let's listen in.
Well, Congress is entrenching anti-incumbency in all over Haryana, and today we have reached at Panchkula. We will talk to Chandra Mohan, who is contesting from Congress party. He is a candidate from here for the last so many days. He is holding different political programs at the various locations. Today we will talk to him to understand his political strategy. So Chandra Mohan ji, welcome to NDTV.
धन्यवाद जी.
तो कैसे चल रहा है इलेक्शन कैंपेन और कैसा रिस्पांस है?
जब मैंने पहली बार चुनाव लड़ा था 93 में, जब मेरे फादर मुख्यमंत्री थे, उससे भी कहीं बेटर रिस्पांस मिल रहा है मुझे इस बार.
तो क्या लगता है कि कांग्रेस में, क्योंकि पूरे अगर हरियाणा की बात करें तो हर जगह जा रहे हैं, तो वो ये कह रहे हैं कि एंटी इनकमेंसी है सरकार के खिलाफ, कहीं ना कहीं फार्मर इश्यूज़ है, रेसलर इश्यूज़ है, और अग्निवीर जो स्कीम है वो भी एक इशू है. तो क्या आपको पंचकुला में क्या दिख रहा है?
देखिए, हम डेवलपमेंट के नाम पे वोट मांगते हैं और डेवलपमेंट हम करते हैं. आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी ने पूरे देश की यात्रा की. उन्होंने जो लोगों में संदेश दिया, ये उसी का नतीजा है कि हरियाणा में कांग्रेस की सरकार आ रही है.
आपके पास बहुत बड़ी पॉलिटिकल लेगेसी है, क्योंकि पिता भी है और डीएनए में भी कहीं ना कहीं वो चीज़ें हैं जो सियासी चीज़ें चाहिए. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि पंचकुला में पिछले, अगर बात करें पिछले टाइम में, क्या चीज़ें जो आप डेवलप करना चाहते थे, पंचकुला को मॉडल सिटी बनाना चाहते हो, जो आपकी अब चैलेंज है, जो आपको लगता है कि ये सबसे पहले करनी चाहिए?
देखिए, यहाँ कोई यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है, लॉ कॉलेज नहीं है, मेडिकल कॉलेज नहीं है, और मैंने खुद तकरीबन 100 पॉइंट से ऊपर का मेरा विजन तैयार किया है, जो मैं कल रिलीज़ करूँगा मीडिया को. अभी मैं उसके बारे में कुछ बोलूँगा, फिर दूसरे कैरी नहीं करेंगे उसको.
अभी 7 गारंटियाँ दी हैं जो कांग्रेस ने दी है अपने उसमें, तो उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल उठाया जा रहा है. कह रहे हैं कि जो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है 2 लाख यूथ को दी जाएगी, लेकिन जो बीजेपी सरकार वो कह रही है हमने एम्प्लॉयमेंट दी है. तो आपको पूरे पंचकुला में जब आप घूमते हो, लोगों से बात करते हो, तो क्या लगता है?
लोगों में, जैसा कि मैंने बताया, लोगों में बहुत बढ़िया रिस्पांस है, और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ख़त्म करना हमारा प्राइम एजेंडा है. जितनी सरकारी नौकरी हम दे सकते हैं देंगे, अन्यथा हम बड़े इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेज को, एमएनसीज को इनवाइट करेंगे. ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार करेंगे पंचकुला में कि लोग आएँ यहाँ.
एक पिछले कुछ दिनों में देखा कि कुमारी शैलजा को लेके काफ़ी कंट्रोवर्सी हो रही है. वो कह रहे हैं कि खट्टर साहब कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी में आना चाहिए क्योंकि उनको वहाँ सम्मान नहीं मिल रहा. अभी आज कुमारी शैलजा ने भी क्लियर कर दिया कि मैं कैंपेन करूँगी वहाँ. तो क्या लगता है कि बीजेपी कहीं ना कहीं जो इन फाइटिंग है, पहली तो बात है कांग्रेस में क्या इन फाइटिंग है, अगर नहीं है तो क्या लगता है कि उस चीज़ को एक्सप्लॉइट कर रही है वोट गेन के लिए?
कांग्रेस के अंदर कोई भी बड़े परिवार के अंदर मतभेद तो हो सकते हैं, मनभेद कोई नहीं है, कोई इन फाइटिंग नहीं है. ये बीजेपी का प्रोपेगेंडा है, और आदरणीय बहन शैलजा जी 29 तारीख को मेरे यहाँ प्रचार करने आ रही है.
चंद्रमोहन जी के पास पॉलिटिकल एक्सपीरियंस भी है, तो उस पॉलिटिकल एक्सपीरियंस को क्या लग रहा है, आप लोगों में जा रहे हो? पिछली बार शायद कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि बीजेपी की वेव थी, बीजेपी की वेव में आप नहीं जीत पाए, तो अब क्या लगता है कि लोग कैसे आपको रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहे हैं और क्या लगता है कि लोगों की क्या ज़रूरतें हैं जो आपको कहीं ना कहीं स्ट्रेंथ बन रही है?
देखिए, अलग अलग जगह की अलग अलग प्रॉब्लम्स है। जैसे उधर जाओ 25, 26, 27, 28, उधर मेनली तो ये जो डंपिंग ग्राउंड है झूरी वाला, इसके बारे में हम कह चुके हैं कि 1 जनवरी 2025 से पहले इसको हम शिफ्ट कर देंगे डिस्ट्रिक्ट से बाहर। अनाउंसमेंट के मुद्दे हैं, ऐसे अलग अलग एरिया के अलग अलग मुद्दे हैं।
So this is Chandramohan, who is contesting from Panchkula seat. He says the people are welcoming him and he is quite confident this time he will be able to make a mark in Panchkula politics. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Panchkula, Haryana.
News now from Tamil Nadu, where Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has indicated that Sports Minister Dayanidhi Stalin will be elevated as Deputy Chief Minister and hinted at a cabinet reshuffle. When reporters asked him about the reshuffle and Deputy CM position from Dayanidhi being spoken for quite some time, he answered saying that there will be no disappointment, there will be change.
சார், ரொம்ப நாளாவே இந்த அமைச்சரவை மாற்றம் அப்புறம் அமைச்சர் உதயநிதி அவர்களுக்கு துணை முதலமைச்சர் பதவி அப்படிலாம் இருக்கு. நீங்களும் விரைவில் சொன்னதை செய்வோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிருக்கீங்க. அதுக்கு ஒரு பதில்?
ஏமாற்றம் இருக்காது, மாற்றம் இருக்கும்.
Well, let's go across to Sam Daniel for more. And Sam, Udayanidhi's elevation has been, speculated for quite some time, and now it does seem imminent.
It looks imminent, and it looks like Gargi, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who's also the DMK chief, is gradually trying to give fodder for this kind of speculation in a bid to strengthen this kind of a perception overall, and later argue that there is an overwhelming demand from the party from outside to elevate Udayanidhi Stalin as his deputy so that it will be more acceptable. That seems to be the strategy, and this is the third time M.K. Stalin has given this kind of a tacit endorsement or confirmation of possible elevation. Once before he left for the US, once on his coming back, and now for the third time. Udayanidhi Stalin is a first-time MLA who was made the sports minister a year ago, and the ruling DMK argues that he has, over the last 1 year, has developed or made Chennai into an international sporting hub. Before he became a minister, they say he helped in hosting the Chess Olympiad. Later, as minister, he brought the Asian Hockey Games to Chennai, beach volleyball, and also more recently the Formula 4 night street racing to Chennai. In terms of political importance, they say his elevation is a must, in their view, to take on active Vijay, who's all set to make his political debut just before the 2026 assembly elections. He has a huge fan following. To counter that, the ruling DMK needs to have a younger face in the party at a responsible and more influential position, they say. And they also attribute his contribution both in 2019 Lok Sabha elections and in the recent 2024 Lok Sabha elections for the party's sweep in Tamil Nadu in the Lok Sabha elections. And the criticism is that this could pave way for family politics, dynastic politics, and in a mature democracy, it may not be right to elevate somebody from the same family to be the chief minister's deputy. But the DMK argues that Udayanidhi Stalin is a democratically elected MLA, and it's the chief minister's prerogative who would be his deputy. But the larger question, of course, is it fine for, in a mature democracy like India, for a single family to have all the key powers in it? The chief minister, the deputy chief minister possibly. Already they have a few other members from the same family as MPs. That's a larger question. And at the moment, it's still in the realm of speculation, but indications are it's just a matter of time before Udayanidhi is elevated.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with those developments. News now from West Bengal, and many are worried about the Durga Puja economy due to the double whammy that the state has seen this year caused by floods, and then the recent month-long protest over the RG Kaur rape and murder of a junior doctor. A muted Durga Puja will spell financial loss for many in the state who wait for the annual celebrations.
Preparations are underway for Bengal's biggest festival, the Durga Puja. According to a British Council study titled Mapping the Creative Economy Around the Durga Puja, the creative economy of Durga Puja was at 32,000 crores for the year 2019 and contributed 2.58% of the GDP of West Bengal in the financial year 2019-2020. Experts estimate that the Durga Puja economy is now at around 50,000 crore, or around 4.6% of the economy of Bengal. But this year, many are worried about the impact on the Durga Puja economy due to the devastating flood right ahead of pujas and calls for a muted Durga Puja by some amidst protests over the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital rape case. Economy watchers are expecting some recovery in the last week before Durga Puja, with turnout at malls improving on Sunday.
So this is not only a festival, this is the income of a major people, the major section of the Bengal. Actually, Kolkata Durga Puja is the biggest, the creative economy of the Bengal. Yeah, it's true that whatever happened regarding the Ajikar, this is very, very shameful. And initially that creates some impact on the market for the corporates.
If the puja economy takes a hit, the poorest strata of society will take the biggest hit.
হঠাৎ করতেই বান এসে হাজির হয়ে গেল। বান এসে আমাদের একে একে প্রোগ্রামও হচ্ছিল, মানে ডাকাডাকিও হচ্ছিল, মানে অনেক কিছু বাজনার এসেও ছিল, তার মধ্যেই সব এইরকম বান বন্যায় সব ধুয়ে নিয়ে যেতে একে একে ক্যান্সেল হয়ে যাচ্ছে। দেখো দিদি ভাই কি মাস্টার পাচ্ছি না, এইরকম আমাদের এখানে খুব বান হয়েছে, এবছর পুজো হবে কি না হবে সেইটাই সিদ্ধান্ত নিতে পারছি না।
कि people say कि बंगाल की इकोनॉमी तो भगवान चलाता है, but actually true, देवी की वंदना and the pujas themselves drive. I think the class that will be economically affected will be the unorganized trade.
The ruling Trinamool Congress says there is a conspiracy to target Bengal economically, whether it's flood relief or calls for a muted Durga Puja celebrations.
I think it's very unfortunate that by those who are trying to get a political benefit out of this by instigating others not to celebrate puja will actually have an impact on those millions of people who are part of this creative economy and who actually earn their livelihoods from this puja.
This is Goriahat, one of the major Durga Puja shopping hubs, and it's just a week to go before Mahalaya, the official beginning of Durga Puja. But the crowds are definitely less when compared to previous years. The hope is that puja spending and shopping will pick up in the coming week and lead to a spike in sales and footfalls, leading to recovery for Bengal's Durga Puja economy. With camera person GD Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
All right, now the big international story, and the death toll mounts in the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon, targeting the Hezbollah. Lebanon's health ministry has said the death toll from the Israeli airstrikes since early Monday has reached 558, including 50 children, 94 women. Thousands are now fleeing homes in Lebanon, and many Hezbollah fighters were killed and delaying the retaliation from the Lebanese group. Israel claims to have weakened the Lebanese group through these aerial attacks. Hezbollah and Israel continue their attack on one another. This is the deadliest day of Israeli attacks in the country since Israel's 2006 war with the Hezbollah. Well, let's go across to my colleague Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, the U.S. planning to move in troops to the Middle East. And what are the hopes for some sort of a ceasefire? Already we were hoping for a Gaza ceasefire. Now Gaza and Lebanon ceasefire is hoped for.
Scenes erupting as what we had seen in Gaza, people getting displaced, aerial strikes, and the same is happening in Lebanon. Israel yet again claims that perhaps it's a preemptive strike. They have sensed a threat from Hezbollah, since Hezbollah has been attacking for the last 1 year, and many Israeli residents on the northern side have moved from that particular area because Hezbollah, as per Israel, has been firing indiscriminately. The rockets are landing in empty spaces, is damaging public spaces as well. But, and that is why Israel claims, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that to thought that entire threat from Hezbollah, they have started making these attacks. The aerial strikes have been going on for the last 2-3 days, and more than 500 people have been killed, many more injured. And perhaps one of the Israeli sources claimed that this is also a ploy from Israel to raise the escalation, to achieve a de-escalation, because they don't want Hezbollah to join Hamas in what Israel has called one of the worst massacres of Jews since Holocaust, when last year Hamas went inside Israel and killed more than 1,200 people and also took around 100 hostages. But the situation on the north is very critical right now, because US on one side claims to be working towards de-escalation, working towards achieving ceasefire with Hamas, but is also moving its troops in the Middle East. Additional troops deployment or movement of troops have been reported from Pentagon. So now it's a big question, because you know the world leaders are also assembled at UNGA in United States. So the bigger question is that whether this entire trick of escalating the situation to achieve a permanent de-escalation will be achieved or not, and whether US, which always claims to be providing the ironclad support to Israel, is also able to achieve a ceasefire in coming days.
All right, Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us. With that, this as the death toll in Lebanon has gone across 500. Well, in other news now, and news from the sports world, D. Gukesh and team along with Harika and the women's team made history for Indian chess at the Chess Olympiad 2024 in Budapest by winning gold in both men's and women's event. The Indian team clinched the country's first ever gold in the history of the prestigious team event. In the women's event, Team India also clinched gold after a win against Azerbaijan. In the women's section, international master Vantika Agarwal delivered when it mattered the most as she defeated Grandmaster Irina Krush, helping India secure a 2-2 draw against the USA. Well, she spoke to us here at NDTV. Listen in.
Congratulations and thank you for being with us on NDTV. How does it feel?
Thank you so much for having me here. I just feel so happy. When we won the medal, we were on top of the world. We didn't know how to even express ourselves, winning double gold, and for the first time, for the last 100 years, India hasn't even won like a gold, and last time it was a bronze and now it's a gold, and that too double gold. I mean, we are just so proud to be playing for India and winning gold.
All right. Vantika, did you expect something like this? I mean, of course, you were with all of your friends winning this medal, and we can see the celebrations also on the dais. So did you expect something like this? What was the conversation among all of you before and after?
So before, like, once we won the medal, everyone was, I think we had planned this, that when we win the medal, we'll go for this dance, we'll have celebrations, we'll make reels, we'll go for some dinner and all. And I think before the tournament also, we were the first seeds. So it was kind of expected that we should win a medal. And of course, there was high pressure playing on the top board all the games. And especially after the match with the Poland, we were in 2 points lead. So, but after the match with Poland, it was an unfortunate loss for us. And
Yes.
then we had to play against USA, and then again we were in a tough situation there. So on board 2 and 4, a draw had happened, and on board 1, Vaishali had lost. So like, and then I was the only one playing, and all the pressure was on me that I have to somehow win to save India.
Yes.
And then I thought that, okay, I have to give all my best, like play my best chess of my life there.
And you did.
Yes. And that
You
was
know,
a crucial
Vantika,
game.
I mean, whoever has read about this historic win knows that you pretty much saved the day. How does it feel? Because, you know, when we look at 21-year-olds, whether it's in any sphere of work or sport or whatever, the pressure is immense. So what would you like to tell viewers who are watching you? You're just 21 years old. You've been a part of Indian chess history. You're an icon in a certain sense, a youth icon. How do you deal with that kind of pressure? Does it help you perform better, or does it diminish performance? How does it actually work when you're there in the thick of it?
Yeah, I mean, there was, of course, a lot of pressure from the starting till the end, but I was not thinking about anything. I was thinking, I'm playing for India. I mean, there are so many people watching. They are fans, so many, they want me to play well. And I was like, I have to play well. There's no other choice.
Yes.
I have to just give my all, play the best chess of my life, whatever. And then there's no choice. Like, everything would work out if I give my best.
Okay, what's next for you?
What's next? I mean, I'll just keep playing open tournaments. And then eventually I play for India also. I mean, there would be more Olympiads coming also.
Okay.
After there's Olympiad in every 2 years. So,
Yes.
of course, India wants to keep getting the gold
And
every time.
who is your inspiration? Who keeps you motivated?
My inspiration, there's Ashwath Narayanan sir, who is, 5 times world champion. He keeps motivating us. He was there for us even in Hungary, even after the loss and all. And then even after we won the medal, he was there. He congratulated us.
Yes.
So he keeps motivating us. I'm also part of his Vaka Academy.
Okay.
So there also we keep getting classes. And I'm also a big fan of Magnus Carlsen. He's from Norway and a very strong chess player.
Yes.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Prime Minister Modi met Ukrainian President Zelensky in New York during his US visit, and he posted on social media, met President Zelensky in New York. We are committed to implementing the outcomes of my visit to Ukraine last month to strengthen bilateral relations, reiterated India's support for early resolution of the conflict in Ukraine and restoration of peace and stability.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah slams the BJP's revenge politics. This after his setback in the MUDA scam case, with the High Court dismissing his plea against prosecution. Congress and BJP protest after the Karnataka High Court's ruling in the MUDA case. Congress stages protest after High Court dismisses the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's plea. The BJP workers protest demanding Siddaramaiah's resignation. In the Kerala Me Too case, actor MLA Mukesh arrested in an alleged rape case after SIT questioning in the rape allegations against him, while a lookout notice is issued for another accused actor, Siddiq. A political storm over Badlapur accused death. Maharashtra opposition cries conspiracy, while the Maharashtra government says that the accused died in cop retaliation. Aditya Thackeray questions this encounter and says, was it an encounter or a murder? Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Osama Sharp, the big story that we are tracking at the top of this hour. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah was facing prosecution in the alleged MUDA land scam case. He underlined his confidence in the judicial system and slammed the BJP, saying that they are involved in revenge politics. He declared that he believes in the law and the constitution, and he says that the truth will finally win. A combative chief minister also labelled the land scam allegations a sham and ripped into opposition leaders who this afternoon once again demanded that he quit from the post of chief minister. The charge against him and the calls for his resignation he thundered, where because the BJP had no answer to his welfare scheme, he says, and I quote, "I have faith in the courts, all MLAs, leaders and members of our party and the Congress leadership have stood by me and encouraged me to continue this fight." This is what the Chief Minister has said. Let's listen in to what exactly he mentioned during that press conference.
I'm not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS, because people of Karnataka are with our party, are with me, and also with our government. After whatever futile exercise they made to dislodge our government, it is not possible for them. After go through the judgment, I will discuss with the legal experts and also with my cabinet colleagues and party, and also with the High Command, what action to be taken legally to be spelled out.
This is a huge scam, and without political influence or the people who are in power, without their interference, it can't happen.
The governor very clearly has overstepped his legal ambit, and he's done these things. So, and we see this as a standard operating procedure. We see this as a playbook. What is happening in what happened in Jharkhand, what happened in Delhi. We are seeing that in Karnataka as well.
Anti-corruption movement has got a very big boost, and I'm sure the judge has travelled quite far into various judgments throughout this country to come to this conclusion. It's a fantastic order, and we were prepared for it. That is our argument also. Undisputable facts were there.
All right, my colleague Pratibha joins us to get us more on that story. Pratibha, we heard the Chief Minister. He says that this is revenge politics that is being played by the BJP, while the BJP, they're asking for his resignation. What is the political fallout of this entire thing that has happened right now?
Well, Well, ever since the MUDA allegations surfaced, the BJP has been relentlessly demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Even though Siddaramaiah has been maintaining that these allegations are baseless, there have been several of the Congress leaders who have been contesting for this post while maintaining that the CM's post is still not vacant. It was a united front that was displayed today during the press conference that was held by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, where he did maintain that this is political conspiracy, a ploy that was played out by the opposition leaders there, and that this is an attempt that has been made by the opposition to dislodge, destabilize the government, especially with the several schemes of theirs that has become a big hit with the people. Now, we need to look at the options that will be considered by the Congress. One, the legal recourse, of course, with respect to either looking at a larger bench or heading to the Supreme Court. And the second would be to try and see if the Congress can play out a strategy in terms of fighting the case in itself, and also to try and see if the investigation can be thwarted. Now, the CM has maintained that this is something that has been given as a verdict under Section 17A and 19C of the PC Act, as well as 218 of the BNS, have not really been considered as far as the verdict goes. Now, what does that really mean? That means that, yes, this paves the way for investigation, but this is not prosecution, has been a stand that has been maintained by the Congress. We'll have to wait to see the political fallout of this, whether on moral grounds the Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, would have to tender his resignation or not, is a question that has been doing the rounds. Back to you.
All right. We'll have to wait and watch how does this entire situation plays out for Congress as well as the BJP in Karnataka. Pratibha, thank you very much for getting us all the latest there. Now, in Kerala, Me Too story, the MLA and actor Mukesh, he was arrested and immediately released on bail in connection with a sexual assault complaint filed by a junior artist on September 24th. Mukesh, he was accompanied by his lawyer. He appeared before the special investigation team, where he was questioned for 3 hours. These allegations came in the wake of the release of the HEMA committee report, which in fact shed light on the rampant prevalence of sexual harassment and abuse of power in the Malayalam film industry. Also, the Kerala police has issued an arrest warrant against Malayalam actor Siddique in relation to the Malayalam cinema Me Too case. The police have begun search operations over the alleged sexual assault case.
This was something that was pressure building up on the ruling front government in Kerala as well about action against the Kollam MLA, the CPM MLA, Mr. Mukesh. And yes, there was an arrest that happened after calling him for interrogation at the police headquarters in Kochi. For about 3 hours, we are told he was interrogated, after which his arrest was carried out. And subsequently, he was taken for a medical examination. But in the meanwhile, they also granted him bail because he has got an anticipatory bail before. But as you pointed out, a very important development is that in the case of actor Siddique was in fact the first in the recent face of all these Me Too allegations. He was the first to resign as Amma General Secretary, and he is someone who has been denied bail now by the court. And the observations of the court in fact are very, very important. One, they are saying that there must be a thorough investigation, and it needs to be since the petitioner completely denies the incident and there is a potency test that is required, and there are reasonable concerns that he may intimidate, and therefore they believe that there should be a custodial interrogation of this particular actor, and that's one reason why anticipatory bail is being denied in this case. And they also are saying pre-arrest bail the accused had sought because there was delay in reporting the crime, and then the rape charges were not attracted as there is no mention of penetrative sex, and that the survivor is an outspoken and vociferous woman. So the court has also spoken out against character assassination of the women who are coming out to make these complaints, because there is this kind of a image or an outline of a personality that is printed out that the court did not look favorably at, and that's the reason why we understand that even as the police we are told is going to go and look out for Mr. Siddique. As of now, they said there's a lookout notice for him because they could not find him, but there is now the anticipatory bail for him has been rejected, and therefore if he is arrested, that is big news for Kerala, because he is a very, very tall actor, highly respected as an actor and as a director, and for various other roles that he has performed in the Kerala film industry, and therefore this will be watched very keenly in Kerala and across the world where Siddique has his followers. Back to you.
And a massive controversy has broken out over the death of the Badlapur rape accused in police custody. The 23-year-old man was accused of raping 2 nursery school girls in a school in Maharashtra's Badlapur. He was shot dead by cops yesterday after he reportedly snatched a constable's gun and fired at a police officer. But now the opposition has hit out, questioning this version and asking whether the accused was murdered to protect powerful BJP leaders who were connected to the school.
अक्षय अन्ना शिंदे जो अरेस्ट था और तलोजा मध्यवर्ती कारागृह में न्यायालयीन बंदी था, उसके ऊपर और एक गुना उसके वाइफ ने दर्ज किया था। उसके लिए स्पेशल टीम बनाई गई थी और स्पेशल टीम के अधिकारियों ने माननीय न्यायालय से ट्रांसफर वारंट लेके वो आरोपी को ये जो नया गुना दाखिल हुआ है उसमें ट्रांसफर करने के लिए तलोजा मध्यवर्ती कारागृह से कल उसको ताबे में लिया था और ताबे में लेके जब वो आ रहे थे थाना की तरफ, तब आरोपी ने पुलिस का रिवॉल्वर छीन के जो पुलिस के साथ पुलिस के ऊपर फायरिंग की। उसके वो सब जो मैटर है उसमें मुमरा पुलिस स्टेशन में पुलिस के ऊपर जानलेवा हमला करने का जो ये था उस पर गुना रजिस्टर किया गया है।
कायदा कहता है उसकी कस्टडी होना चाहिए, उसकी मालूमात होना चाहिए, कोर्ट में जाना चाहिए और उसका रिजल्ट जो न्यायालय देगा उसी तरीके से उसको सजा होना चाहिए। लेकिन कल देखे जाए तो वो जो गाड़ी में बैठा है उसने पुलिस का रिवॉल्वर छीना है। इसमें पुलिस भी थोड़ी कमियां उनकी दिखने में आई। उसने जब पुलिसों के ऊपर रिवॉल्वर तानी और गोली चलाई तो उसमें उसका जो रिप्लाई जिसको बोलते हैं तो वो करने के डिफेंस में उन्होंने जो फायर किया उसमें उसकी मौत हो गई।
जस्टिस मिलना जरूरी था और जस्टिस मिलने के बाद फांसी देना जरूरी था, लेकिन जो भी कल घटना घड़ी है उसमें काफी सारे प्रश्न हैं। पहला प्रश्न यही है कि क्या आपटे को बचाने के लिए ये एनकाउंटर या खून या जो भी हो वो हुआ है। दूसरी चीज सबसे अहम यही होती है कि जो आंदोलन करते थे, जिन्होंने जिस बात के खिलाफ आंदोलन किया, 7 दिन तक एफआईआर नहीं ली गई थी, वो जो आंदोलन किया उनके खिलाफ जो केसेस दर्ज हुए हैं वो केसेस के पीछे लिए जाएंगे, केसेस विड्रॉ किए जाएंगे।
Supreme Court observed in a landmark ruling against child pornographic content that common belief is that sex education is a Western concept that does not align with traditional Indian values. This view has led to resistance from various state governments, resulting in bans on sex education in schools in some state. A bench of Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, and Justice J.B. Pardiwala added that this type of opposition hinders the implementation of comprehensive and effective sexual health programs, leaving many adolescents without accurate information. This is what causes teenagers and young adults to turn to the internet, where they have access to unmonitored and unfiltered information, which is often misleading and can plant the seed for unhealthy sexual behaviors. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
2 cappuccinos to go. I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग जोन। पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Well, the battle for Haryana, it is heating up, and Congress candidate Birjendra Singh from the Uchana constituency, he spoke to NDTV and reiterated that the people of Haryana have made up their mind to oust BJP The former BJP MP also spoke on Kumari Shailja's comment on Mr. Khattar and says that the BJP is trying to create confusion among the voters. Let's listen in to that conversation.
Election campaign in Haryana is in full swing, and today we are going to talk to the former member parliament who is contesting election from the Congress party. Earlier he was BJP MP. We will talk to him, Brajinder Singh, he was a former bureaucrat also, so we will have a discussion with him on Haryana polls, how the Haryana polls are going out and how the election campaign is also going on. So sir, welcome to NDTV.
Thank you.
So what is the mood of the people? You have been traveling, we have seen you have been holding multiple meetings at the multiple villages also. What type of mood of the people in Haryana?
See, the primary mood is to boot the BJP out. That is the base mood, and for that the only capable option, or rather the only option which is available to the people, is the Congress party. So you see really a surge in favor of Congress, and as the election has progressed, that sentiment has gone really, it's become stronger, and you saw the first kind of phase of it in Lok Sabha elections, when Congress won 5 Lok Sabha seats. I mean, that was from 0 to 5. And BJP got reduced from 10 to 5. And not just that, the vote percentage of Congress increased by almost 20% from the previous Lok Sabha election to Lok Sabha election. So that tells a story. And now that we have assembly elections, the severe anti-incumbency which has set in over the last 10 years, the result of that you will see in the coming polls here.
Sir, this Jeend was an epicenter of a farmer protest, and we have seen there was a lot of impact of the farmer protest at that time. So do you think that type of any wave from the farmers, because you were also in the BJP at that time?
No, yes, I mean, it was the epicenter, and it is primarily that sentiment, and coupled with other reasons, that there is such severe anti-incumbency. But as far as I am concerned, the people are focused on defeating the BJP. So my having been in the BJP, in any case, my role there never was I never uttered a word against the farmers' protest. In fact, I always advocated for a talk, for negotiations between the government and the farmer groups. So it's not as if I played any kind of negative role as far as farmers are concerned. But still, yes, that sentiment is there.
But people are asking you this question or not? Because you were in the BJP, they were asking you a question, why didn't you take a stand at that time?
See, they used to, but that was coming more from the politicians among the farmers. Those who sought a political opening for themselves, it was coming more from their side and their supporters. Otherwise, generally, yes, there is a certain questioning, but I've been here for 3 months now campaigning in my constituency. I started in June, immediately after the Lok Sabha polls. It's not as if people are confronting me on that issue.
So you have a political legacy also, and we have also seen you worked as an administrator in Chandigarh also. So you have experience as an administrator also. How it is really help in the politics also?
No, it helps you in your dealings with the government, with the administration. So that's a real help, and of course it gives you an insider's view of how the government functions, how the administration functions. 21 years is a long time in government. How the schemes are implemented, where the money comes from, how it is to be used. So all those things you've done the kind of the basic drill in that sense. So if you come into the political arena after that, you are better equipped to understand and deal with the people's problems.
All right, time now for a very short break. More news on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News
welcome back. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin on Tuesday indicated that Sports Minister Udayanidhi Stalin, he will be elevated as Deputy Chief Minister, and also hinted at cabinet reshuffle. When the reporters, they asked Stalin about a reshuffle and the Deputy Chief Minister's post for Udayanidhi Stalin being spoken for quite some time, he answered in a few words. He said, there will be no disappointment and that there will be change. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
சார் ரொம்ப நாளாவே இந்த அமைச்சரவை மாற்றம் அப்புறம் அமைச்சர் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அப்படிலாம் இருக்கு. நீங்களும் விரைவில் சொன்னதை செய்வோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிருக்கீங்க. அதுக்கு ஒரு பதில்.
ஏமாற்றம் இருக்காது. மாற்றம் இருக்கும். It looks imminent and it looks like Gargi, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who's also the DMK chief, is gradually trying to give fodder for this kind of speculation in a bid to strengthen this kind of a perception overall, and later argue that there is an overwhelming demand from the party from outside to elevate Udayanidhi Stalin as his deputy so that it will be more acceptable. That seems to be the strategy, and this is the third time M.K. Stalin has given this kind of a tacit endorsement or confirmation of possible elevation. Once before he left for the US, once on his coming back, and now for the third time. Udayanidhi Stalin is a first-time MLA who was made a the sports minister a year ago, and the ruling DMK argues that he has, over the last 1 year, has developed or made Chennai into an international sporting hub. Before he became a minister, they say he helped in hosting the Chess Olympiad. Later, as minister, he brought the Asian Hockey Games to Chennai, beach volleyball, and also more recently the Formula 4 night street racing to Chennai. In terms of political importance, they say his elevation is a must in their view to take on active Vijay, who's all set to make his political debut just before the 2026 assembly elections. He has a huge fan following. To counter that, the ruling DMK needs to have a younger face in the party at a responsible and more influential position, they say. And they also attribute his contribution both in 2019 Lok Sabha elections and in the recent 2024 Lok Sabha elections for the party's sweep in Tamil Nadu in the Lok Sabha elections. And the criticism is that this could pave way for family politics, dynastic politics, and in a mature democracy, it may not be right to elevate somebody from the same family to be the Chief Minister's deputy. But the DMK argues that Udayanidhi Stalin is a democratically elected MLA, and it's the Chief Minister's prerogative who would be his deputy. But the larger question, of course, is it fine for, in a mature democracy like India, for a single family to have all the key powers in it? The Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister possibly. Already they have a few other members from the same family as MPs. That's a larger question. And at the moment, it's still in the realm of speculation, but indications are it's just a matter of time before Udayanidhi is elevated.
All right, the Indian men's team, along with the women's team, made history for Indian chess at the Chess Olympiad 2024 in Budapest by winning gold in both men's and women's event. The Indian team, it clinched the country's first ever gold in the history of this prestigious team event. In the women's event, Team India also clinched gold after a win against Azerbaijan. The women's team, it had to wait for a result between Kazakhstan and USA. And once that ended in a draw, it was confirmed a double gold for Team India. And two such gold medalists, two world beaters, two champions who are currently joining us at this moment. I have with me Arjun Erigaisi, Indian chess grandmaster, winning from that winning team. I also have Ashwath Narayanan, another superstar, another member of that winning team at the Chess Olympiad. Both of you, first of all, congratulations on this massive, massive victory. Before I talk about anything else, I just want to get a sense on that celebration, which you can see on your screens. Talk to us about that celebration. Was it inspired by Messi or was it inspired by Rohit Sharma? And was that planned by all of you?
Thank you so much. So the celebration, yeah, it was inspired by both Messi as well as Rohit, a bit of both. So we are learning from other sports as well.
All right, Arjun, you have to say something about that celebration.
Yeah, it was suggested by Vidit. I think he's the man for all these things in our team. And yeah, we thought it's a cool idea to imitate them. So yeah, we just went ahead.
It was fantastic. Now, apart from that celebration on the podium, were there celebrations later? And this is a question for both of you here.
Yeah, there was a little bit of celebrations later as well, but you'll probably see it sometime soon posted by us.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Arjun, I want to understand from you, apart from the celebrations, apart from that victory, how do you see this journey at this Olympiad? I mean, winning 10 matches, drawing just one, it has to be one of the most dominant performances from any team, let alone India. How do you reflect on that journey?
Yeah, certainly it's one of the most dominant performances, and we're happy not just because we won, but it's like a statement we made that India is like the strongest nation in chess. So it's definitely something to cherish, and we hope to continue it forward in the next coming Olympiads as well.
Absolutely. And Srinath, you have been the captain of this team. Also, the fact that both men's and women's team, they have won gold this time around. It says a lot about where we are currently in the chess scene.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we have been at it for the last 10 years or so. We have had several close instances, and like we came third in 2014, we came fourth in 2016. We were close for several years, and in 2020, we actually won the gold in the online Olympiad. But people were like, it's online Olympiad, it's not the traditional Olympiad. It's been brewing for some time, but you have seen processes, you have seen instances where you're struggling for several moments, and then it just overpowers at one point. I think for us, this was that moment where we overcame that obstacle to actually win gold for the first time in Olympiad. We knew the potential was there for several years, and now the potential has converted into results for everyone else to see as well.
And it is a fantastic result. Funny that you mentioned the Olympiad that happened last time around. And this is a question for the both of you, starting with Arjun. Last time around, India fell short in Mahabalipuram. You guys were very disappointed despite the fact that you won bronze. Was that also playing in the back of your mind this time?
In fact, I was in the A team.
Let Arjun take that first.
Yes, Arjun, please go ahead.
In fact, I was in the A team and we didn't even get a podium finish.
Yeah.
So it was certainly disappointing. And yeah, when I knew I was going to play in the Budapest Olympiad, I desperately wanted to win gold, but I didn't want it to pressurize me. So I just had that thought and I just put it aside.
Srinath? Was that playing in your mind as well?
After all that hard work last year, it didn't, sorry. Oops. Yeah. I would say it was there somewhere at the back of my mind. We had a lot of hard work the last time, but we didn't quite have the results to show for it. But I also felt that it was something different this time. This time, I felt like we could, win in such a convincing way that we are not even going to let it be thwarted by luck or chance, so to speak.
This triumph, it is remarkable given the kind of youth that we have in this Indian team. Just to give context to our viewers, 6 of the 10 players, they are under 23, with 4 of them gold medalists averaging under 20. That is, it's great for the future of Indian chess at the moment. And Arjun, you want to reflect on that so many young players are currently making a mark. It's a great time to be a chess player and chess fan for India.
Certainly, I think we are here to stay for quite long. And Gukesh is going to play the World Championship later this year at 18. Yeah. So he might as well bring back the World Champion title. So India is just dominating in the chess world now.
I mean, just hope that India keeps
he's only 18 years, Gukesh.
Yeah, and we certainly hope that India keeps dominating in this scene. For a lot of people who don't understand the magnitude of this feat, Srinath, give us a sense of what it means for all of you to be a part of this history that Indian chess has created.
It certainly feels like being part of history right now, but it still hasn't sunk in. It has barely been a day, and I think we are still a bit high on the emotions. But looking back after taking some time and reflecting back, I think this kind of dominance, this kind of margin will be remembered for a very long time, and it will be spoken also for a long time post this event. And I also feel that overcoming this obstacle and winning gold for the first time, I hope it also gives the momentum to win several more goals and set about a period of domination.
There has clearly been a shift in the power center as far as chess is concerned, and that shift has come towards India. Arjun, what do you really attribute this shift to?
I think one of the key factors is Vishy Anand sir. He has been a huge influence on not just me, but most people who take up chess. We have someone to look up to and want to become like him. And he really is the man for this.
Okay. Srinath, talk to us about the role of Vishy sir. And not just as a chess player, who has given so much to India and done so much for Indian chess, but also as a mentor to all of you. And what he has done to establish India as a chess superpower right now.
He made things start. He showed us that it's possible. He showed us that it's possible to go out there on the world stage for an Indian person, Indian sports person, and be the world champion, be the best. He showed us that it's possible. And I think that acted as an inspiration already for a lot of us to, even take chess in the first place. All these questions of whether is it possible to make a career out of chess? Is it viable? All these things were, shown by Vishy that it is possible. And he has also always been inspiring. For me personally, he has, invited me to his house once in Spain, once in Chennai back then when he was living in Spain, when I was just 12 years old. He's done the same with the current group of kids. He's been, and he's always just a message away, a call away for anything we require, any questions, any doubts. He's always there.
I just want to understand a little bit about Vishwanathan Anand from Arjun. Is he a strict person? How does he deal with you guys? Because it's very he's always very matter of fact whenever he's speaking, whenever he's interacting, no nonsense person. Is he the same with you guys as well?
Yeah, he's not at all strict and he's full of humor and spontaneous, extremely spontaneous.
All right. Like I said, the future is very bright. And I say this because look at your case. You have risen to your career high world ranking number 3. You're India's #1 player in the latest rankings. And just in July this year, 3 Indians, they were in the world's top 10 for the very first time. What does this say about Indian chess at the moment, Arjun? And I also want to hear it from Srinath as well.
Yeah, I would say this is like a statement that we are going to stay, and it's not just a fluke or anything, but we're actually very strong. And like I mentioned, like Gukesh is going to play the World Championship title, so it's just huge for Indian chess.
Yeah, Srinath, you want to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Arjun said, I think it's a bit of a statement, and the fact that both the men team and the women team are filled with so many young players, most of them close to 20. I think that also indicates that we are here to stay for many more years. We got the Olympiad gold home, and I hope we get the World Championship home as well.
Just to get a sense of what lies ahead for this particular team, firstly, what are your plans as of now? Your immediate plans as of now? I want to hear it from Srinath first, and then Arjun. What are your immediate plans, and what are the plans for Indian chess right now in the near future that you think is going to happen to Indian chess? And certainly, we want it to grow as a sport. We want it to get more popular. But 2 parts to this question. What are your immediate plans after winning this Olympiad, and the plans related to chess in general in India?
So the immediate plan, we have the Global Chess League coming up in London.
Yeah.
That is something, a very prestigious tournament. Now we all play together as one team. Now they'll be playing as competitors. That starts in 1 week. Apart from that, of course, I think we have to keep the work going. Where the team we have right now with Gukesh, Arjun and Prag, the work for it started 10 years ago when they were, little kids and growing astonishingly fast. I think we also need to start working on the next group of rising stars now, people, who are 10 years old, 12 years old, to keep the production line going and to keep going higher and higher in the world of chess.
Funny that you mentioned about working together as a team and then competing against each other. Arjun, how do you see this? How do you differentiate between this? When you're working with each other together in a team, there are obviously you share your ideas, you share your thoughts, but you obviously want to keep a little bit to yourself as well, because you ultimately are going to compete against each other. What is the process? Just want to understand that.
I like to compare this with cricket. It's like the World Cup and IPL.
Okay.
So here we play as a team, and like Srinath mentioned, in the Global Chess League, we play against each other. And GCL is very much like the IPL of chess, with huge players playing like Magnus Carlsen and Anand Sir himself. And yeah, it is sometimes a bit tough to play against your good friends who know you quite well. But by this point, we all have faced them like quite a few times, so we're quite used to it, and it's not so new anymore.
All right. Finally, from the both of you, what is that one message that you want to give to our audience? And is there anything that you want to say to our audience with respect to what you want to see in the future with respect to chess and how it should grow in India?
First of all, thank you so much for watching chess and rooting for us. It really means a lot to all of us. And then, chess is a nice game. Try it out, and I'm sure you will like it. Just enjoy playing chess. And
Srinath, you want to add something?
Have a good time.
Yes, chess is a lot of fun, so do take it up, especially for the young girls, the parents of the young girls watching. You've seen both the men and the women also win the gold. It's fun. It's a lot of fun to play, but it is also possible to make a good career out of it and to grow out of it. So yeah, that's my message.
Chess is a good game. Chess is a nice game. Chess is a very easy game. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, sharing that moment with all of us and all our viewers. We wish you all the very best in the near future, and we wish that Indian chess, it keeps growing and we keep winning medals and we keep winning tournaments across the world. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much.
All right, what a fascinating conversation. Moving on, this year in West Bengal, many are worried about the Durga Puja economy due to the double whammy of floods and the recent over-month-long protests over the RG Kaur rape and murder of a junior doctor. This time, a muted Durga Puja will spell financial loss for many in the state who wait for their annual celebrations.
Preparations are underway for Bengal's biggest festival, the Durga Puja. According to a British Council study titled Mapping the Creative Economy Around the Durga Puja, the creative economy of Durga Puja was at 32,000 crores for the year 2019 and contributed 2.58% of the GDP of West Bengal in the financial year 2019-2020. Experts estimate that the Durga Puja economy is now at around 50,000 crore, or around 4.6% of the economy of Bengal. But this year, many are worried about the impact on the Durga Puja economy due to the devastating flood right ahead of pujas and calls for a muted Durga Puja by some amidst protests over the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital rape case. Economy watchers are expecting some recovery in the last week before Durga Puja, with turnout at malls improving on Sunday.
So this is not only a festival, this is the income of a major people, the major section of the Bengal. Actually, Kolkata Durga Puja is the biggest, the creative economy of the Bengal. Yeah, it's true that whatever happened during the Ajikar, this is very, very shameful. and initially that creates some impact on the market for the corporates.
If the puja economy takes a hit, the poorest strata of society will take the biggest hit.
হঠাৎ করতেই বান এসে হাজির হয়ে গেল। বান এসে আমাদের একে একে প্রোগ্রামও হচ্ছিল, মানে ডাকাডাকিও হচ্ছিল, মানে অনেক কিছু বাজনার এসেও ছিল, তার মধ্যেই সব এইরকম বান বন্যায় সব ধুয়ে নিয়ে যেতে একে একে ক্যান্সেল হয়ে যাচ্ছে। দেখো দিদি ভাই কি মাস্টার পাচ্ছি না, এইরকম আমাদের এখানে খুব বান হয়েছে, এবছর পুজো হবে কি না হবে সেইটাই সিদ্ধান্ত নিতে পারছি না।
कि people say कि बंगाल की इकोनॉमी तो भगवान चलाता है, but actually true, देवी की वंदना and the pujas themselves drive. I think the class that will be economically affected will be the unorganized trade.
The ruling Trinamool Congress says there is a conspiracy to target Bengal economically, whether it's flood relief or calls for muted Durga Puja celebrations.
I think it's very unfortunate that by those who are trying to get a political benefit out of this by instigating others not to celebrate puja will actually have an impact on those millions of people who are part of this creative economy and who actually earn their livelihoods from this puja.
This is Goriahat, one of the major Durga Puja shopping hubs, and it's just a week to go before Mahalaya, the official beginning of Durga Puja. But the crowds are definitely less when compared to previous years. The hope is that puja spending and shopping will pick up in the coming week and lead to a spike in sales and footfalls, leading to recovery for Bengal's Durga Puja economy. With camera person GD Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Well, that's all the time we have for you. Keep watching NDTV.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो बाहर जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new...
Hello and welcome welcome to the Southern View, coming to you live from outside the Vidhan Sauda in Bengaluru. Well, a cool breeze blowing in the city, but the political temperature soaring with a sharp exchange earlier in the day after the High Court of Karnataka raised a question: what next for Siddaramaiah? Well, the High Court dismissed a petition he had filed challenging the governor's orders allowing for prosecution against him in the Special Court of Elected Representatives. By dismissing that petition, the High Court has essentially paved the way for an investigation into Siddaramaiah in the multi-crore MUDA scam, or the Mysore Urban Development Authority scam. A complex history for that alleged scam in terms of allotment of sites. We'll get you all the details, as well as the political exchange with Dhruv Jati of the Congress joining me live from Location. Also, Dr. Lakshmi Ashwin of the BJP and B.S. Arun, senior journalist who's tracked Karnataka politics, its twists and turns over many decades. What this really means, not so much for the Congress, but for Siddaramaiah. That's a crucial question. Remember, on the one hand, you have the public statements, but there is an underlying complex political equation that plays out in Karnataka, often called adjustment politics. How that plays out too, we'll try to explore. But first, Pratibha Raman has the wrap of the day's developments, including details of what happened at the High Court and the political reactions thereafter. Let's listen into this report before we go further on this discussion.
There was no legal reprieve for Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah as the High Court upheld the state governor's decision to allow a probe to proceed against the Chief Minister in the alleged multi-crore MUDA land allotment scam. Dismissing the petition of the Chief Minister challenging the governor's August 17th order, the court said, "There is no doubt that an investigation is needed against the CM. The applicant's family has benefited in this matter. The High Court orders that investigation against Siddaramaiah is necessary." The petitioners in the case hailed the order as a vindication of their stand, and the BJP demanded immediate resignation of the CM.
I am not going to make any political comments on this, because what happens to that? See, my point is to fight corruption. Politics is a different ball game. They will go to the Supreme Court and they will file against this order. We will be informed by the court and we will also approach. We will face it there.
आज राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय कर्नाटक हाई कोर्ट आज के जजमेंट में क्लियरली बताया है, जो भी राज्यपाल ने निर्णय लिया है वो पूरा सही है। तो मुख्यमंत्री जी को इस जजमेंट को मानते हुए तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
A combative CM and the Congress, however, projected a united front while addressing the media, terming this a political conspiracy of the BJP.
I'm not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS. After go through the judgment, I will discuss with the legal experts.
While CM Siddaramaiah, who has been priding himself for having no charges against him in 40 years, has been mulling legal recourse now, the question of morality comes in, with the opposition urging him to resign. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
But remember, there are legal implications and then there are political implications as far as this order is concerned, and how this entire controversy plays out in the coming weeks and months. Remember, this is a complex controversy. Dates back to 1999, 1998, in fact, when that land was denotified. The crux of it is that land was taken which belonged to Siddaramaiah's wife by MUDA for making of sites, which are residential sites, and compensation was given for that agricultural land at a different place. So, core question here is, what was taken and what was given? Was there parity in the kind of compensation? Were there irregularities? Remember, the entire MUDA way of working itself has come under the scanner after this scam came through. Before we get to the sharp political questions and the exchange on what next for Siddaramaiah and the implications of it, just to get clarity on the order today, I'm joined by V.S. Nappinai, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. Ma'am, just take us through the context of this order. It primarily declares the governor's decision to allow for prosecution or investigation into Siddaramaiah. It upholds that order and dismisses the Chief Minister's challenge. Give us, break this down for us from a legal point of view and the implications. I'm afraid we're not able to get across to V.S. Napina. If you heard my question, just break this order of the High Court of Karnataka down for us in layman's terms. Well, we can't get through to V.S. Napina. We'll try and explain that in a bit. Primarily what this order means is that it allows for an investigation into the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister had challenged the governor's order. Let me take the first response from Dhruv Jati. The BJP has said that because there is an investigation on moral grounds, the Chief Minister must resign. The Congress has put up a united front saying this is a political witch hunt. Does the impact of what happened today make Siddaramaiah's position politically weaker in Karnataka?
I will get to your question, but let me first explain the political conspiracy at hand. And I would like to explain this conspiracy at a stage-wise. Stage one, get an infamous activist who's fined by the Supreme Court earlier and who also has multiple challenges under him to file a private complaint. Stage two, get the appointed governor who you've appointed through the union government to pursue a sanction. And also, mind you, at the same time, the same governor rejects the sanctions that have been asked for against previous BJP ministers. Stage three, if you look at judicial precedents, the court is usually upholding the governor's order because of the constitutional role that he has. And today we are at stage 4, where there is a media trial that is questioning the resignation of the chief minister at a particular point of time where the investigation itself hasn't been completed. I mean, this is quite absurd. And even if you look at the judgment today, the court itself has stated that the investigation has not yet taken place and the investigation should be proved. That's why they are speaking about 17A PC, and they have clearly stated that under the BNSS 218 that the sanction of the governor has been rejected. And let me remind you, this is the same political party at the Vidhan Sauda behind that has been unable to gain a majority since 2008. The same political party that has gone time and again misusing its powers in terms of tumbling governments by purchasing MLAs, by using Operation Kamala and using multiple methods to fall governments.
The core of the point as far as today is concerned, you're saying investigations have begun, nothing has been proven, we'll have to wait for it before any action to be taken. That's the argument the Congress has given, pointing out for the fact that there are cases against several BJP leaders who continue to occupy office.
Here it is shame on Mr. Siddaramaiah, that the so-called champion of the social justice, the so-called champion of the Dalit rights, so-called the champion of the Ahinda people, has directly involved, his family members are directly involved in this scam. He has been so much politically obdurate and recalcitrant, and that has been perfectly visible in the kind of administration he has undertaken from the past 1.5 years. It is a complete fiasco in the administration. He has come to the power promising for guarantees to the people of Karnataka, and he has failed to implement them. In addition to that, he has diverted 25,000 crores of the 25,000 crores of fund which has been allocated for SC/ST upliftment, that is used the same for implementing the guarantees.
Dr. Lakshmi Ashwin Gowda, let's answer the question. Crux question is, why demand for his resignation when only an investigation is underway, given that even when it came to the case of Yediyurappa, there was a long time before he resigned?
Yeah. Okay, let him resign first and face the investigation, and let him come out clean if he is. And we don't have any issue in that. There is observation that he is prima facie involved in the scam, and his family members are involved in the scam, and the scam is to the tune of 5,000 crores, and he has diverted the fund, he has misused the fund for himself and his family members that has been allocated for SC/ST people, and he is a Dalit leader. It's so absurd, it's so ridiculous. He's called himself as a leader of Dalit people and a protector of Dalits' rights, and he has scam.
No, so you're saying there is an accusation, he should resign as it's being probed, but B.S. Arun, I'm going to pose to you the same question that I posed to Dhruv Jati. We all know of the internal power dynamics in the Congress. Does this verdict, order today of the High Court, leave Siddaramaiah in a weaker political position, or do you expect the Congress to get united and rally behind him completely in the long haul?
Veera, I would like to look at this from different angles. Number one, legal. Legally, this is a setback for Siddaramaiah, no doubt about it. It might put him in a tight corner. Politically, is he a weaker person today? I don't think so. Politically, I feel, compared to yesterday, he's in a better position or a stronger position today, especially within the Congress. Because Congress has backed him fully from the beginning, and now also, the party is backing him fully. You have seen how D.K. Shivkumar, supposed to be the the next in charge, has been backing him fully. Of course, he has no options, I feel. But then, politically, I feel Siddaramaiah has emerged stronger in this than what he was in the past. There are no, clamors of he should be removed, or within the party, some dissensions also. There is nothing like that. So, to that extent, I think Siddaramaiah is in a safer position now. But legally, the problems, I think, for Siddaramaiah might only increase. Because I heard that, there are other cases coming up during the week, especially tomorrow. I'm not very sure about it, but then the People's Representatives Court is going to give its verdict on the Snehamayi Krishna petition. We don't know what's going to happen. So we will have to wait for that. So one by one, I think these cases will entangle Siddaramaiah possibly. But then as the panelists pointed out, the investigation has to complete. Siddaramaiah might move a larger bench or the Supreme Court, so he can buy time.
Right. So there are several legal possibilities that could unfold at the moment, but I want to focus on the political aspect of it. As I mentioned at the start, there is one political reality when you come to Karnataka which is out in the open, which is statements left, right and center. For instance, the Congress is backing Siddaramaiah. Is that just public statements? Are there sections within the party? Aren't there, let me put it that way, sections within the party, and I'll put a counter question to the BJP as well, which are looking at a power change in Karnataka? Is the Congress much less confident of a single chief minister completing his term after this order? Is there a sense of inside nervousness and power play beginning behind the scenes beneath the public statements of support for the chief minister?
No, not at all. I think it's healthy that the Congress has multiple leaders who are chief ministerial aspirants, and it's normal for any political party that is as strong to have so many aspirants. And let's remember, we came with a thumping majority of 136 seats in Karnataka. Now, mind you, I'm sorry to say, but the Congress does not have a Yatnal or a Jarkioli who's sitting and hatching plots behind against its own party. We are a united front. Every single minister, MLA, has backed the chief minister behind this particular time, and even the high command, for that matter of fact. We are standing strong behind the chief minister, and we are sure that justice is going to prevail, and we are not going to succumb to any media trial that is happening today. There is no investigation.
You're saying no media trial. Let me ask you this about the BJP. Often it's been pointed out about adjustment politics in Karnataka, where senior leaders of the Congress have a kind of understanding with senior leadership of the BJP. Is the BJP unanimous and united in demanding the resignation? While there are public statements, are there sections within which don't want to upset the apple cart in the Congress?
BJP as a whole has unanimously decided to take a resignation from Mr. Siddaramaiah, because ever since he has come to power, his government has been muddled with the conspiracies, muddled with the political slugfest, muddled with the scams and scandals, the major ones being the Valmiki Corporation scam, MUDA scam, and also CST. He has a diverse amount which has been allocated for his CST, the major scams. It is his fiasco, and we have notified his fiasco in administration, and BJP as a whole has been consistently trying to dismantle his government, mainly because it is corruption ridden, it is non-accountable, it is not responsible. Ever since it has come, his law and order has been completely paralyzed. Don't you think it is paralyzed? There has been an increase in the number of communal violences, and he has not done anything about it. He has only been doing Muslim appeasement politics time and again.
So you argue there will be a counter rebuttal to that from the Congress. Let's stick to the issue at hand again, and I'm coming down to you, B.S. Arun. One of the big things about Siddaramaiah, in fact the reason why he was considered a leader of stature above all else in Karnataka in terms of his generation as well as the younger leadership of the Congress, is because he was the one untainted leader, some would say, in terms of that mass leader. The other competitor to him, Yediyurappa, had the taint of corruption since the late 2009. Does this case taint Siddaramaiah's image irreversibly, and hence has it dented his stature greatly within the Congress party?
Well, I won't say it has dented as of now, but then certainly it's sort of a setback for him, especially legally. But then he will have to answer many questions. That will be there. Siddaramaiah truly, for the last so many years, he maintained that as in the public life, he was an untitled fellow. He was pointing at Yediyurappa, for example, saying that he's the one who had come back from jail. Like that. Or take the case of any of the other politicians who have their FIRs registered against them. He would be pointing out at them. But then now, others can point finger at him. So to that extent, I think it will be difficult for him to explain his case. Although every day he says that there is nothing on the paper to show that he's involved in the case.
I also want to, one can't miss the timing of these developments. It comes as if it was orchestrated post the 2024 election results. So obviously there are political implications, there are internal dynamics, and I'll give the last word to all my on-location panelists on that count. But I believe we can go across to Nappinai. Ma'am, I was asking you at the start, just break down the High Court order, what it means both for the governor versus state government equation in terms of allowing for prosecution of a chief minister, and the legal ramifications of this very briefly to us.
I'll try my best not to get too technical on this. Very briefly, the first and foremost is the High Court says that a prima facie case is made out. Predominantly, the issue before the court was about whether the sanction that has, it's actually not a sanction, it's an approval under Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act. And the issue before the court was whether this approval was legal and validly given and by following due process. The court goes into various issues and it discusses first about who can apply for this approval. Can a complainant apply or only the police can apply? And it says that the complainant also in this instance can apply. Then it goes on to see whether the governor has applied his mind. And in that application of mind, is he only required to go solely by the advice given by the Council of Ministers, or can he exercise his discretion? I would say this is one of the most critical issues that has been decided by the High Court, because it's really important to note that when you're talking about a prosecution against the primary, the CM of a state or persons related to him, the court goes into these issues about how there is bound to be a bias in terms of advice of the council, and this is a case where discretion was warranted. Therefore, it upholds the fact that the governor could exercise his discretion in deciding on whether to give this approval for continuing investigation or not in this aspect. The next issue that the court has decided is with respect to, so I won't go into all the details, but suffice it to say this, that we are actually talking about a stage of commencement of investigation. So when we say a prima facie case is made out, that doesn't mean somebody is already found guilty. It merely says that there is some basis for the complaint. There is no reason to throw the complaint out. And these are issues which are very critical, and therefore we have to go into this. I'd like to close with the last part of the order, which quotes Disraeli into saying that everything that all springs from the people, and therefore that should take primacy in a way that reflects the social contract theory, which says that the representatives of the people also draw their power only from the people and are therefore accountable and answerable to them.
Right. You're making an important point. It in many ways defines that the governor's power, and obviously given that it's a court of record which has said this, you will have this in several other cases where potentially the governor has the power to allow for prosecution of a chief minister irrespective of the advice of the cabinet. But we'll get to that legal aspects of it. Thanks very much for putting that in picture. Obviously, one of those judgments, one of those orders that will be quoted while defining the relationship between the Raj Bhavan, the contentious relationship between the Raj Bhavan and the state governments in multiple states. But coming back to the political fallout, and how it's playing out here in Karnataka. What's the next stage of action as far as the Congress is concerned, as far as the case is concerned? Obviously, the Chief Minister has his legal recourse, but politically, to combat this, is there a sense that the Chief Minister's image has been dented because of this controversy?
Not at all. I think apart from the media trial, there's no question of the Chief Minister's image being tainted because the investigation hasn't started yet. Like I had mentioned earlier, we're a united front. We're going to fight this. And this isn't just a fight for Karnataka, but it's a fight for India because this isn't just happening in our particular state. We've seen this happen in Maharashtra, Kerala, Delhi. It's a misuse of the governor's office across the entire country. Let me remind you, we have Maharashtra and Haryana elections coming up. And people who are watching this elections in both the states will show a humbling response to the BJP. Karnataka did it last year with 66 seats. People across India did it during the parliament elections.
Okay.
Let's wait and watch.
That's a combative Congress saying, let's wait and watch. Is the BJP all noise? Do you have a game plan as far as protests and action is concerned in Karnataka?
We don't have any other game plan other than taking resignation from Mr. Siddaramaiah.
But he's refusing to give it. The Congress is refusing to ask for it.
He has to take the moral ground because he has been accused in such a big scam in less than 2 years since he came to power. It is really shame on him. He should not be so much politically obdurate. He should accept and he should morally come out and give his resignation, tender his resignation, and then face the trial first, and then let him come out clean if he is.
The question that will be raised is who has the moral high ground to demand moral propriety from any side. That's the sad truth of Indian politics. But B.S. Arun, my last question to you. We've seen this complex power equation, and I'll come back to you. Do you foresee, and I'll put this directly, do you foresee a midterm power change in Karnataka? Do you see that process being catalyzed by the cases that we've played out here? Because I'm asking you this because the timing of all this, post the 2024 election results, given that you had a jostling for cabinet posts in the state cabinet, you know that there's a power jostling that's happening for the chief minister's post. Do you envisage any such change here in Karnataka, or do you see status quo remaining?
As of now, I don't see any such thing. No, midterm poll especially, no. Change of chief minister, I think we will have to wait for that because the legal cases, I think, will continue. But apart from that, I would like to say that, there are interesting dates ahead. For Karnataka, as far as legal issues, political issues are concerned. From tomorrow, you can see in the election campaigns, the Prime Minister and other BJP leaders hammering out at Siddaramaiah and Congress for not respecting the judgment of the court. So that you can see, and how the Congress will respond to that in the election campaigns. That would be interesting to see also.
Right, interesting to see. Yes, the political noise, Karnataka, not a dull moment in Karnataka politics, even if you have a majority of the scale that the Congress has. So all intricate, interesting equations. We'll keep tracking all of them. But for the moment, the question, what next in Karnataka, remains open. We'll keep you updated on that. That's all we have time for on the show. Thanks to all my guests for joining here on location. We'll keep track of all the latest developments. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. In fact, Haryana elections are an interesting inflection point now. There are rebels, there are independents that are threatening to teach mainstream parties a lesson, and there are also multiple claimants to the Chief Minister's post. In the Congress specifically, several big players have openly talked about their dissent. The party leadership has also tried to play it down, saying that there are differences, but there's no conflict. Remember, the party is riding on its momentum of winning 5 out of 10 seats that it won in Lok Sabha 2024 in Haryana, preventing a BJP's record sweep for the third time. While it seems to be an out-and-out Huda show, there are also leaders such as Randeep Surjewala and Dalit face of the party in the state and Sirsa MP Kumari Selja, who have spoken out, making it clear that they have stakes too. Is factionalism spoiling the party's prospects in Haryana, or are these mere politicking, pressure-building tactics by Congress leaders to get the best deal post-elections? Also, does the BJP too face these challenges? Well, while there is OBC leader Nayab Singh Saini who is driving the campaign, remember, he was entrusted with the CM's chair just a few months ago. There's also Rao Indrajit, who has often talked about how southern Haryana, the Ahirwar belt, where he comes from, had a large role to play in the party's dominance in the state in the last 10 years. Now, there are other leaders as well in the party, such as Anil Vij. Moreover, there is also the problem of rebel candidates that both BJP and Congress are facing in key seats, including Karnal, Faridabad, and also Jind. Now, leaders from both parties have been making public appeals, urging rebels to reconsider their decisions and throw their support behind the official candidates. In fact, NDTV spoke to 2 of the prominent independent candidates, Chitra Sarwara and Savitri Jindal, to understand their motivation behind contesting elections. Remember, BJP's Kurukshetra MP Naveen Jindal's mother, Savitri Jindal, one of the richest candidates in India, who was an aspirant for a party ticket for the Haryana Assembly elections, did not get one and now is in the fray as an independent candidate from the Hisar seat, where her family is very influential. And this is also the seat where BJP leader and sitting Health Minister Kamal Gupta is seeking re-election. Now, the Congress party committee has already suspended Chitra Sarwara, who's contesting from Ambala Cant, as an independent candidate. So let's look at what these candidates had to say and also what Congress leader Randeep Surjewala said today.
How election campaign is going on? The first question is how the election campaign is going on. The second question is that you have been campaigning for the Congress, but Congress did not give you a ticket, but you decided to contest as an independent candidate. So both the things, how are going on?
First of all, my campaign, what we expected could turn into a setback, suddenly turned into a strange kind of a fillip. And we had support, we had worked, people of Ambala knew it, and they were desperate for a change. So everybody was kind of looking forward to it. So I will not say I was the only person who was disappointed when this didn't happen. There was a collective disappointment and hurt that went across all party lines in Ambala itself. There are people who are coming to me and saying, Chitra, if you were on a Congress ticket, we were under a bit of a dilemma that we could never have pressed a Congress button. But now that you're an independent, more people from across party lines will support you. So suddenly they said this is probably a blessing in disguise for you. So campaign is picking up, joinings are happening. And yes, we are gearing up. Now that people are joining us, we tell all our teams also that they're coming at a time of trial. So I believe the competition earlier was also between me and Anil Vij. Today also it's between me and him. And you said why I didn't give up. It's because when I worked for 10 years, but I didn't do a single thing on my own. If I came out and we questioned Anil Vij or Bhajpa Sarkar, or we did a pradarshan, or we made a demand, or we struggled for anything, there were so many people who were attached with me. It's very easy for a leader to go back home, sip coffee and probably take off and say, I'm out. But people who are on the ground, who face far more harsher realities, where do they go?
In nutshell, you thought about your supporters, workers who have been working with you for last 10 years. Last time we had also seen you had contested as an independent candidate, and you were able to get around 44,000 you were able to get. So how do you see this time? Are you sensing the trend that you are gaining, or you have some challenges?
I think I'm gonna gain a lot, and that's because Last time Sattar Par was a nara. Everybody knew BJP Sarkar is coming. Everybody knew that the then health and sports minister is going to be something even bigger. And people didn't speak up. Nobody spoke up that we are with her. Everybody was quiet, and best estimates were she'll get 25,000, max 35,000. When 45,000 came, it was a bit of a surprise for everyone, including us.
The contest of Hisar this time is quite interesting. It's not a bipolar, usual BJP Congress contest. One of the richest women in Asia, Savitri Jindal ji, is here. She's a seasoned politician and she's fighting as an independent this time. Interesting story of how that happened, but in Hisar at this moment, it seems that it's just not triangular, but she has made it quite an interesting contest, and a lot of people think that she may mark the chances of the main political parties. She's joining us at this moment. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to us. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. सबसे पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, सावित्री जिंदल बड़ा नाम है. हिसार के लिए फॉर्मर मिनिस्टर रह चुकी हैं, आप MLA रह चुकी हैं, आपका परिवार का बहुत बड़ा नाम है. तो ऐसी क्या इस बार स्थिति बनी कि आपको एक इंडिपेंडेंट के तौर पर चुनाव लड़ना पड़ रहा है?
देखिए, मैंने 10 साल मैं पॉलिटिक्स के अंदर रही. शुरू में जिंदल साहब चुनाव लड़ते थे. उनके जाने के बाद मैं लोगों के बीच में आई और बीच में एक बार मैं चुनाव हार गई थी, 2014 वाला. 19 में फिर मैंने चुनाव नहीं लड़ा. अब क्या, मेरे सभी लोगों का यही राय थी सबकी कि आपको चुनाव लड़ना है, मेरे हिसार परिवार की. तो अब क्या, उनके कहने से मैं इस चुनावी मैदान में कूद पड़ी.
मैं भी जब अंदर आ रहा था आपके ऑफिस में तो मैंने देखा एक तस्वीर है जिंदल साहब की राजीव गांधी के साथ. बहुत साल पुराना आप लोगों का कांग्रेस का रिश्ता रहा. पिछले चुनाव में हमने देखा कि उस वक्त आप नवीन जिंदल जी भी और आप भी बीजेपी में शामिल हुए और अब आप वापस इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ रही हैं. तो क्या ये इसको बगावत के तौर पर देखा जाए बीजेपी के खिलाफ? और अगर आपको वापस आना था चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तो क्या कांग्रेस आपके लिए रास्ता नहीं था?
देखिए, बगावत वाली कोई बात नहीं है. बस मैंने तो अपने हिसार परिवार के मेरे लोगों ने जो कहा, मैंने उनका कहना माना. उन लोगों का यही था कि हमें कुछ भी हो चुनाव लड़ना है. तो आपको मालूम है कि बीजेपी से डॉक्टर साहब लड़ रहे हैं और कांग्रेस से राणा साहब को टिकट मिली है. तो मेरे लोगों ने यही कहा कि चुनाव लड़ना ही लड़ना, छोड़ना नहीं है. तो इंडिपेंडेंट के अलावा कोई चारा नहीं था. तो मैं उनके कहने से.
किसको आप अपनी मेन ऑपोजिशन या मेन टक्कर मान रही हैं? कांग्रेस से आज सीधी लड़ाई है, बीजेपी से सीधी लड़ाई है हिसार में?
देखिए, मेरी किसी से कोई लड़ाई नहीं है. हम लोग अपना चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और ये मेरा चुनाव नहीं, मेरी हिसार परिवार का चुनाव है. वो लोग अपना चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं.
आपको मजबूत स्थिति में देखा जा रहा है और कुछ लोग ये भी कह रहे हैं कि देखिए बीजेपी कहीं ना कहीं शायद चाहती थी कि आपको टिकट मिले लेकिन अपने कैंडिडेट का टिकट नहीं काट पाए. तो अगर उनके कैंडिडेट कमज़ोर पड़ते हैं तो सावित्री जीत भी जाएंगी तो बीजेपी का समर्थन करेंगी?
नहीं, अभी तक ऐसा कुछ भी सोचा नहीं है और ये मेरा हिसार परिवार निर्णय लेगा कि क्या करना है. मैं तो इस समय हिसार परिवार की तरफ से उनकी प्रत्याशी हूँ. उन्होंने मुझे चुनाव मैदान में खड़ा किया है और वही मेरा चुनाव भी लड़ रहे हैं.
अगर ऐसी स्थिति बनती है कि कांग्रेस और बीजेपी दोनों को आपके समर्थन की आवश्यकता हो तो
तब जो प्रभु इच्छा होगी.
देखिए, ऐसा है, कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा हर आदमी की आकांक्षा है. शैलजा जी भी बनना चाहेंगे, क्यों नहीं, मेरी बड़ी बहन है. चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी भी बनना चाहेंगे. हम तीनों के अलावा कोई और साथी का भी राइट हो सकता है. और आप प्रजातंत्र है ना. आखिर में ये निर्णय राहुल गांधी जी और खड़गे साहब करते हैं. जो वो निर्णय करेंगे वो हम सबको स्वीकार्य होगा.
Well, joining us now is Gurpreet Chinna, my colleague who covers Haryana for us. We also have Mahima Singh, who represents the Congress party. We have Neha Dhawan, who is the spokesperson of the BJP. But first, let's also look at this explainer from my colleague Ankit Tyagi, who has been traveling in Haryana.
With just over 10 days to go for the elections in Haryana, narrative is the fight for each political party. While the BJP found the narrative in the anger of Kumari Shailja versus Bhupendra Hooda, Randeep Singh Surjewala now saying that it's just not Surjewala, Bhupendra Singh Hooda and Kumari Shailja in the ring for the Chief Minister's face. If Congress wins, there could be a surprise pick as well. Now this opens doors of possibility and speculation in Haryana. While the BJP is latching on to the divide in the Congress party, their house is also facing massive rebellion and anti-incumbency. In Sirsa, Ankit Tyagi, NDTV.
Okay, going across to Neha Dhawan, who is spokesperson of the BJP. Neha, thank you for joining us. Often it has been said that fault lines play the spoil sport when it comes to Congress party. We've seen that happen in Chhattisgarh. We've seen that happen in Madhya Pradesh, where actually the Sarkar fell. But, in Karnataka, where there were very clear fault lines between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar and multiple other people, the party did come to power, right? So when there is momentum, there is momentum. Don't you think that is the case with respect to Haryana? Because we also saw the party winning 5 seats in Lok Sabha seats, reducing your party to just 5.
Vasudha, there is no doubt in this that I don't think so that there is a memento of winning of Congress party in Haryana, not at all. And moreover, if you look into the daily conversation which is coming from the Congress party leaders, from the side of Congress party leaders, that everybody is fighting for the CM seat. And first it is started with the Bhupender Singh Hooda calling himself as he will become the CM of Haryana. And then Kumari Shailja started saying it, and she shown the interest that she has the seniority. She said that she is senior member. She also want to become the Chief Minister of Haryana. And today, Randeep Surjewala also jumped into this fight, and he also shown the interest that he also want to become the Chief Minister of Haryana. So this is the scenario of Haryana Congress, and this is the scenario of, I think it is pre-planned by the Bhupender Singh Hooda, because he is dominating, he is overruling the Congress party in Haryana, basically. And there is no concern about the people of Haryana, about the development, about the security, about the women issues, any issues in Haryana. And you were saying that there is a momentum for winning of Congress party here. Not at all, Vasudha. Because from last 10 years, the BJP government is doing very well in Haryana. They work for women, they work for youth, they work for old age citizen of Haryana. They work for every sector. They work for infrastructure, they work for education. Because if you compare the government who were working before the 2014 in Haryana, the Congress, and it was led by Bhupender Singh Hooda, there was a very big corruption issues. People were harassing the corruption, and the security was the major concern. At that time, there were no police concern, there was no security at all. Many murders and rape and other things were happening at that time. But now we have done the control on every sector. We raised the colleges, we developed the colleges here. We developed the hospitals here. There are a number of hospitals now, around 1,600 new PHCs and CSC we have developed here. So in every sector we worked in 10 years, and I am 100% sure about this thing that we will gonna succeed in this 2024 Vidhan Sabha
let me take that question to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, you've been covering Haryana so closely. There is the problem of rebels. You also spoke to Chitra Sarwara, but there's also this problem of fault lines deepening. And I understand that it is not just the Congress party, but also in the BJP, because there are multiple chief minister claimants, as it should be in politics. Do you think the problem of rebels, 60 rebels across the state, is that going to be a major spoiler for both parties? And how are these parties looking at it? Because I also saw Nayab Singh Saini reach out to several of them. We also saw Bhupender Singh Hooda reach out to several of them. Some of them have also withdrawn. Some of them have actually said that they are not going to withdraw. So clearly, how is that factor going to impact the prospects of both parties?
Well, what we have learned from the party leaders also, this is one of the major headache for all the political party. It is not for a single party, whether it's the BJP or the Congress. We have seen even when the BJP has announced some of the candidates, after that the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini, he reached out to all the rebels. He was trying to pacify all these people. But now if we can look at the calculation of the political scenario as of now, what we have learned, like we have already highlighted Svitri Jindal. She is one of the powerful candidate because she was already won the election from there, and now again if she is going to contest as an independent candidate, that will be the headache both for the Congress as well as for the BJP, because no party is sure which party's vote bank will be shifted to Svitri Jindal. At the same time, we have seen in Ambala Kent, last time we have seen Chitra, she was able to get around 44,000 votes from the same constituency, and now this time she is quite confident she will be able to win more, she will be able to get more votes. So if we can talk about at this point of time the political equation in the state of Haryana, it has become headache for all the political party as an independent candidate. And if we can calculate from all the political prism what we have learned, all the leaders, whether it's the party high command from the Congress or from the BJP, they are trying to reach out to these independents so that they will not damage and dent the vote bank of the specific parties. So what we have learned also, whether it's a INLD party that belongs to Abhay Singh Chotala, they are also quite confident they will be able to get votes from there, and they also feel and calculate all these things because they feel wherever there are independent, the vote bank of the specific party will be shifted to either the other party, the regional parties, and they will be able to get benefit. So let's wait for the time, because as of now what we can understand, even the political party, they are trying to reach out, but now they don't have any option because there is no chance of withdrawal of these candidates as an independent. So we have to wait and watch to find out how the political equation will be changed in this Haryana poll, and which party will be losing vote bank because of these independent rebels who have already been contesting from the various constituency. Back to studio.
Neha, also tell us about the performance when it came to 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Okay, Rashid Kidwai is also there. Let me go to him first. Sir, before I go back to Neha Dhawan, tell us, the Haryana battle has become very interesting because there are rebels on one side and there are these fault lines that have really come about. When it comes to the Congress party, it is very clear to reporters like us that most leaders like Kumari Shelja, or for that matter even Randeep Surjewala, are also, it is a strategy of politicking so that the best deal is achieved after elections are over, because this is out and out a Huda election. The candidates are the Hudas, the resources are his. Do you see it that way, sir?
So I think, Vasudha, in every state when elections are held, there is a contender, sometimes formal, sometimes informal. In this, this election, in Haryana election, it is Huda's election. There are over 70 candidates which have been fielded by the Congress, have a direct or indirect backing and support of Bhupender Huda and his son Dipender. So therefore, Mr. Huda is a front runner. The other candidates you're talking about, Surjewala, Shelja, they're more like a media creation. There is a lot of hype, and even the Congress political opponents are also creating this hype. So to give a kind of impression as if Congress is a divided house, whereas Mr. Huda, Bhupender Huda, is a first among equal, and that is a political reality.
Okay. Neha Dhawan, how do you see this, ma'am? The rebel factor, which is something that your party is also facing. Your senior leadership has actually reached out to a lot of people, but clearly, even somebody like a senior minister, Mr. Ranjit Chotala, also saying that, he wants to contest as an independent, and he has a history of winning as an independent. Is that something that is a threat for the party?
No, not at all, Vasudha, because BJP party is strong in Haryana, and BJP has a very strong cadre in Haryana, and we have the cadre till booth, and we have Panna Pramukh, we have Shakti Kendra Pramukh, and every small bit of workers are working very hardly on the ground. And moreover, BJP workers always go along with the decision of the higher authorities of BJP top leadership, and I don't think so that any of the rebel in anyhow hurt the BJP party in this election, because if you see that if Chotala is going for the election independently, I don't think so that it will harm somewhere for BJP.
Okay. Gurpreet, there's one thing that is that everyone is talking about, because Dipender Hooda talked about Chhattis Biradri, and that is something that is also linked to the Mahabharat. And there's of course 20% Dalit vote, with Kumari Selja showing her disagreement with the party's decisions so openly. How are parties looking at the Dalit vote and this Chhattis Biradri thing? Dipender Hooda saying that all of them are with the Congress, and BJP saying that there's going to be a welfare board for all of them to ensure that everyone supports the BJP. How is caste factor sort of evolving this election?
Well, yes, of course. If you can talk about caste calculation and caste combination, that is also prevailing in this Haryana polls. And specifically, if we can talk about the Dalit vote bank, they are highest in number after the OBC. What we have learned, 24% Jats are here in Haryana, and what the political analysts, they are expecting, they have already been divided. Now, every party, it's not the BJP or the Congress, even we have seen the regional party, INLD, they had already forged an alliance with BSP, and same thing, JJP has also forged alliance with ASP party, that is the dominated Dalit party. So somewhere down the line, it seems this time the caste combination is also prominently prevailing in the state of politics. And at the same time, why we have seen for the last 2 days, a lot of politics is being played over this Dalit card, and specifically on Kumari Selja. We have seen the former Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar, has given a very strong statement. First, he was saying Kumari Selja was not able to get a proper respect within the Congress, and this is not good for the Congress party. Same thing we have seen even ML Khattar, the former Chief Minister, he was saying we are ready to
the Congress spokesperson here, Dr. Ajay Upadhyay,
join the BJP, and yes, she has given a long.
Yes, Mr. Upadhyay, thank you for joining us, sir. ये जो पार्टी में जो डिसएग्रीमेंट्स हो रहे हैं सर, और तरह तरह के लीडर्स, जो बड़े लीडर्स हैं, कुमारी शैलजा हो या रणदीप सुरजेवाला हो, इनके जो बयान आ रहे हैं, इससे क्या पार्टी के प्रॉस्पेक्ट्स को कोई फर्क पड़ेगा? क्योंकि हमने मध्य प्रदेश में भी देखा है और छत्तीसगढ़ में भूपेश बघेल की सरकार 15 साल के बीजेपी राज्य के बाद बनी थी, लेकिन फॉल्ट लाइंस के कारण आपके डेप्यूटी सीएम ही जो है चुनाव हार गए थे. तो ऐसे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं जिसमें फॉल्ट लाइंस के कारण कांग्रेस पार्टी को जो है बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है पास्ट में. आपको लगता है कि ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है हरियाणा में?
वस्तुतः जी, जो हरियाणा की परिस्थिति है और जिस तरह के वहाँ अभियान है, मुझे लगता है सभी लोग अक्रॉस द कास्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ खड़े हैं. और 10 साल का जो मिसरूल हुआ है भाजपा का, उस भाजपा के विरुद्ध आम जनमानस के अंदर कहीं ना कहीं एक भावना है कि भाजपा को हटाया जाए और कांग्रेस की सरकार बने. यहाँ कोई आपसी कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. सभी नेताओं के वक्तव्य को आपने सुना है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से आम जनमानस ने भी सुना है. हमारे सभी नेता एक साथ एक सुर में भाजपा हराने के लिए कटिबद्ध हैं, प्रतिबद्ध हैं. जहां तक बात 10 साल के शासन का है, सबने देखा है जिस तरह से मिसरूल हुआ, जिस तरह किसान वहां तड़पते रहे, युवाओं को रोजगार नहीं है, स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा का बुरा हाल है, और सरकार सिर्फ हिंदू मुस्लिम और बिरादरियों को बांटने में लगी रही. न कहीं उसका नतीजा चुनाव में इस बार के रिजल्ट में आपको दिखेगा. 2/3 से ज्यादा बहुमत के साथ जो है कांग्रेस की वहां सरकार बनने जा रही है. और ये जो एक कंसेप्शन, एक नैरेटिव सेट करने का प्रयास कुछ भाजपा के लोग और भाजपा के साथ कुछ मीडिया के वर्ग के लोग कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है सारा निराधार है. कहीं कोई आपसी कोई तनाव, कोई बात नहीं है. हाँ, मतभेद और मनभेद में अंतर होता है. भाजपा में मतभेद दिखता है, बीच का बनाम जो है खट्टर बनाम जो है सैनी, ये सबने देखा है. सैनी जी का तो कहीं फोटो तक के लोग लगाने को पोस्टर में कहीं उनके चेहरे तक लगाने में.
Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. I'm really out of time. Battle lines in Haryana are drawn, and even as major political parties have released their candidate list, the fault lines also have deepened. Remember, the polls will be held on the 5th of October, and that's all we have for you in this show. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Elon Musk shares a video on social media platform X and says, and I quote, "Your Tesla can now drive itself through complex parking lots to find you."
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them man. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rao. It's coming up ahead. A massive setback for the Karnataka Chief Minister. He hits out at the BJP. Also politics over the death of the Badlapur rape accused. The opposition claim he was killed in cold blood. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. A big setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the High Court dismissed his plea against a probe into the alleged MUDA scam. He hits out at the BJP's revenge politics as the BJP demands his resignation. In Kerala, the Me Too impact actor turned MLA Mukesh, accused of rape, is arrested then released on bail, while the police release a lookout notice for actor Siddique, whose anticipatory bail plea was rejected. The death of Akshay Shinde, the man accused of raping two 4-year-olds in a school in Badlapur in police firing, has snowballed into a political controversy. The opposition alleging he was killed in cold blood to destroy proof and protect powerful people. Go for the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir. 26 seats across 6 districts in central Kashmir. Omar Abdullah, Ravindra Raina are key contenders in this crucial phase. In Lebanon, over 100 people killed, including 50 children in Israeli strikes as people flee from the southern parts of the country. The US to send more troops to the Middle East as the UN calls for a de-escalation. And after Team India created history at the World Chess Olympiad, where both men's and women's team earned a gold medal each, the champions speak to NDTV on achieving this golden milestone. Our top story now, and a massive setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The High Court today pronounced its verdict dismissing his petition challenging the governor's permission for prosecution in the MUDA allegations. The court has paved the way for investigation, but a combative chief minister hit out at the BJP, calling it revenge politics and Operation Lotus by the ruling party. The BJP has demanded his resignation. Pratibha Raman tracks the political fallout.
There was no legal reprieve for Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah as the High Court upheld the state governor's decision to allow a probe to proceed against the Chief Minister in the alleged multi-crore MUDA land allotment scam. Dismissing the petition of the Chief Minister challenging the governor's August 17th order, the court said, "There is no doubt that an investigation is needed against the CM. The applicant's family has benefited in this matter. The High Court orders that investigation against Siddaramaiah is necessary." The petitioners in the case hailed the order as a vindication of their stand, and the BJP demanded immediate resignation of the CM.
I am not going to make any political comments on this, because what happens to that? See, my point is to fight corruption. Politics is a different ball game. They will go to the Supreme Court and they will file against this order. We will be informed by the court and we will also approach. We will face it there.
आज राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय कर्नाटक हाई कोर्ट आज के जजमेंट में क्लियरली बताया है, जो भी राज्यपाल ने निर्णय लिया है वो पूरा सही है, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी को इस जजमेंट को मानते हुए तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए.
A combative CM and the Congress, however, projected a united front while addressing the media, terming this a political conspiracy of the BJP.
I'm not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS. After go through the judgment, I will discuss with the legal experts.
While CM Siddaramaiah, who has been priding himself for having no charges against him in 40 years, has been mulling legal recourse now, the question of morality comes in with the opposition urging him to resign. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Now the Me Too storm in Kerala and major developments today. CPM MLA and actor Mukesh was arrested and then immediately released on bail in connection with a sexual assault complaint filed by a junior artist. Mukesh, accompanied by his lawyer, appeared before the special investigation team where he was questioned for 3 hours today. The allegation came in the wake of the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, which shed light on the rampant prevalence of sexual harassment and abuse of power in the Malayalam film industry. Also, the Kerala police issued a lookout notice against Malayalam actor Siddique in relation to allegations against him. Well, let's go across to Ishika now for more on this. And Ishika, today, big names in the net. Mukesh was arrested, then released, and now lookout circular for Siddique.
Well, yes, certainly, Gargi. As you mentioned, today we saw major developments in this Mollywood Me Too case. Because, in fact, we saw how, MLA Mukesh was called for interrogation by the SIT. And later than that, he was arrested by the police. And after which he was certainly, after the medical examination, he was released, since he already had the anticipatory bail from the Ernakulam Principal Session Court. Now, apart from that, if we talk about the another Mollywood heavyweight, that is Siddique, we saw first, it was a setback for him first from the Kerala High Court, which dismissed his anticipatory bail plea. And also, in fact, in that very bail plea also mentioned that the reasons that were given by him, be it that the complainant lacks credibility because she has made allegations against 14, and also that there was a delay in filing of the case. The court dismissed all of these reasons and also noted that his custodial interrogation is very necessary for investigation. After which we are now seeing that, the Kerala police is already searching his whereabouts. They have already issued a lookout notice for actor Siddique. So trouble, is certainly mounting for both of these Mollywood heavyweights. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us there with all the latest developments. News from Maharashtra now. The death of Akshay Shinde, the man accused of raping 2 4-year-olds in a school in Badlapur in police firing, has now snowballed into a controversy ahead of the assembly elections in Maharashtra. Shinde was killed in retaliatory firing after he allegedly snatched the gun of a constable. This took place yesterday evening, and this according to the police. But the opposition has alleged that he was killed to destroy proof and protect powerful individuals who are connected to the school where the rape took place.
Political war of words over the death of the accused in the Badlapur sexual assault case in an alleged retaliatory firing by cops. Akshay Shinde, a school cleaner who was arrested last month for sexually assaulting 2 4-year-old girls in their school, was shot dead after he allegedly snatched a gun from a police official and opened fire while being transported from Taloja jail. The opposition has accused the government of foul play, claiming it was a deliberate execution aimed at destroying evidence and protecting other influential individuals involved in the case.
जस्टिस मिलना जरूरी था और जस्टिस मिलने के बाद फांसी देना जरूरी था, लेकिन जो भी कल घटना घड़ी है उसमें काफी सारे प्रश्न हैं। पहला प्रश्न यही है कि क्या आपटे को बचाने के लिए ये एनकाउंटर या खून या जो भी हो वो हुआ है। दूसरी चीज सबसे अहम यही होती है कि जो आंदोलन करते थे, जिन्होंने जिस बात के खिलाफ आंदोलन किया, 7 दिन तक एफआईआर नहीं ली गई थी, वो जो आंदोलन किया उनके खिलाफ जो केसेस दर्ज हुए हैं वो केसेस के पीछे लिए जाएंगे, केसेस विड्रॉ किए जाएंगे।
Countering the allegation, the ruling coalition in the state has defended the action of the police.
जो आरोपी 4 साल की बच्ची पर अत्याचार कर रहा था, लोगों से मांग हो रही थी कि लोग हमें जो है आरोपी हमारे ताबे में दो। आज जहां पर आरोपी पुलिस पे फायरिंग कर रहा था, पुलिस ने सेल्फ डिफेंस में फायरिंग की, तो अब इनको दुख हो रहा है।
Shiv Sena workers even celebrated the death of Badlapur accused Akshay Shinde.
बदलापुर में जो हुआ था कल उसका बदला लिया गया है और मैं इसका पूरी तरह समर्थन करता हूं। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि एनकाउंटर कानून है, एनकाउंटर कानून नहीं होता, एनकाउंटर एक अपवाद होता है।
On the proof front, the state government has formed an SIT to probe the case. The SIT is questioning all the officials present in the police vehicle at the time of the incident and have also inspected the spot with the help of forensics department. The post-mortem report is awaited.
स्पेशल टीम के अधिकारियों ने माननीय न्यायालय से ट्रांसफर वारंट लेके वो आरोपी को ये जो नया गुना दाखिल हुआ है उसमें ट्रांसफर करने के लिए तलोजा मध्यवर्ती कारागृह से कल उसको ताबे में लिया था और ताबे में लेके जब वो आ रहे थे थाना की तरफ तब आरोपी ने पुलिस का रिवॉल्वर छीन के जो पुलिस के साथ पुलिस के ऊपर फायरिंग की। उसके वो सब जो मैटर है उसमें मुमरा पुलिस स्टेशन में पुलिस के ऊपर जानलेवा हमला करने का जो ये था उस पे गुना रजिस्टर किया गया है।
As the opposition continues to question the government over the mysterious circumstances of Shinde's death, the Bombay High Court is set to continue its hearing on the suo motu PIL over the Badlapur sexual assault case next week. It remains to be seen if the court will intervene and call for a judicial probe. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Now, the latest in the Tirupati Laddu controversy, and Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan has warned actor Prakash Raj and others not to mock or poke fun at Hindu beliefs and sentiments, warning them that he would not tolerate any attempt to demean Sanatan Dharma. This even as the VHP and other Hindu seers are demanding an FIR to punish the culprits, and Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is finalizing what the SIT will do.
Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan, who is on an 11-day Prayashchitta Diksha to atone for the adulteration of Tirupati Laddu with animal fat, has warned those from the film world and others not to poke fun at Sanatana Dharma and said the same people would not dare to comment on Islam or Christianity.
అయ్యప్ప స్వామి దీక్ష చేసే వాళ్ళ మీద ఎంత ఇష్టారాజ్యంగా మాట్లాడతారు. ఇదే మీరు ఎవరన్నా సరే ఇస్లాం మీద మీరు గొంతెత్తగలరా? ఎందుకంటే రోడ్ల మీదకి వచ్చి కొడతారని మీకు భయం, అందుకు మీరు మాట్లాడరు. హిందువులు అంటే మెత్తని మనుషులు కదా.
Reacting to Pawan Kalyan's proposal for a Sanatana Dharma Rakshana Board, actor Prakash Raj had said, instead of spreading apprehensions and blowing the issue up nationally, the Deputy Chief Minister should get the issue probed and take stringent action. At a film function, Tamil actor Karthi had refused to be drawn into a controversy over the laddu.
ఎందుకంటే చాలా డీప్ పెయిన్ ఇది. మీరు లడ్డు మీద జోక్లు వేస్తున్నారు. నేను ఒక సినిమా ఫంక్షన్లో కూడా చూశాను. లడ్డు ఇస్ ఎ సెన్సిటివ్ ఇష్యూ అని. డోంట్ యూ ఎవర్ సే దట్. డోంట్ యూ ఎవర్ ట్రై డే టు సే దట్, ప్లీజ్.
Actor Karthi has apologized and actor Prakash Raj has said Pawan Kalyan has misinterpreted what he said.
శ్రీ పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు, నేను ఇప్పుడే మీ ప్రెస్ మీట్ని చూశాను. నేను చెప్పిందేంటి, మీరు దాన్ని అపార్థం చేసుకుని తిప్పుతున్నదేంటి?
This even as Hindu seers protested in front of the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam office at Tirumala on Tuesday and demanded that an FIR should be filed against those responsible for the reported adulteration with animal fat of cow ghee that was used to make Tirupati Laddu. The seers were angry that they were stopped and were not given any answers.
స్వామీజీలకి గౌరవం ఇవ్వండి, హిందూ ధార్మిక సంస్థ ప్రతినిధులకి గౌరవం ఇవ్వండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇది ధార్మిక సంస్థ, సనాతన ధార్మిక సంస్థ. అలాంటి ధార్మిక సంస్థలోకి హిందువులను పంపించకుండా ఈ మాదిరి గేట్లు వేయడం అనేది గత ప్రభుత్వం ఏదైతే చేసిందో అదే తప్పిదం ఈ రోజు మీరు కూడా చేస్తున్నారు.
Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu held a high-level meeting to finalize who would head the SIT announced by him and also its contours. At a time when Chandrababu Naidu and Jagan Mohan Reddy are attacking each other sharply on hurting Hindu religious sentiment, Pawan Kalyan in yellow-orange robes and on a 11-day Prashchit Diksha has got the optics and the messaging right as the man who will rise to protect from any threat to the Sanatana Dharma. That also goes with the BJP template on the Hindu religion. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir being held after a gap of 10 years. The previous voting record was expected to be broken, but the voting percentage actually decreased in many assembly constituencies compared to 2014. So will this trend change in the second round tomorrow? This is important because separatists are considered to have a hold in central Kashmir, and in the second phase, voting is to be held in these areas.
Will it be the National Conference's red or PDP's green over the Dal Lake? Or can the lotus also bloom in the valley? It will be decided on Wednesday, where the second phase of polling will be held in central Kashmir. It will be in the areas around Srinagar. Of the 26 seats in the second round, 15 of them fall in central Kashmir. Most of these seats are in areas where separatists have an influence. The voting percentage in these areas is often low. These include Khanyar, Zedbal, Lal Chowk, Eidgah Hazratwal. Despite all the efforts in the first phase, only 61% voting was done, whereas in 2014, it was 66% of voting which was recorded in the same areas.
लेकिन अब इतना हैवी नहीं था जितना हम उम्मीद कर रहे थे। अगर आप देखें तो कई सारे ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां 2014 के मुकाबले इस बार कम वोट पड़े, और भी ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां पोलिंग कम हुई है, और इसके बारे में मौजूदा हुकूमत को सोचना चाहिए कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्यों कि 2014 में जबकि वो कहते हैं आज सारा कुछ ठीक है, आज बॉयकॉट भी नहीं है, आज खौफ भी नहीं है, इन सब चीज़ों के बावजूद कई सारे ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां 2014 के मुकाबले इस बार टर्नआउट कम रह चुका है।
But there's hope that things will change in the second phase.
हाँ, बहुत चेंज है क्योंकि अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम वोट अपने लिए कर रहे हैं। अभी तक क्या था, अभी तक पिछले जो कुछ रहा है उसको अगर हम छोड़ दें एक साइड से, लेकिन अभी जो इलेक्शंस आ रहे हैं अभी वोट कर रहे हैं पीपल्स अपने लिए, अपने हक के लिए कर रहे हैं।
अभी यूथ है जो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स है, उनको इस चीज़ से बहुत ही ज़्यादा ये फोकस्ड है कि हम फर्स्ट टाइम अब हम स्टेटहुड के लिए लाइक हम वोट दे रहे हैं। हमारे अब स्टेटहुड के लिए जो पहले प्रॉब्लम्स थी वो हटने वाली है, और क्या क्या नया हो सकता है उसके लिए जो प्रोमिसेस आ रहे हैं कौन कौन फुलफिल कर सकता है, वो एक्चुअली इशू है क्योंकि अब लोग सोचते हैं उस बारे में।
In the second phase, about 26 lakh voters will decide the fate of 239 candidates. With Neeta Sharma, Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, moving on to some other news now. And Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav today travelled aboard a train equipped with the Kavach automatic train protection system. This was in Rajasthan. Now, the key focus was to evaluate whether the system can autonomously bring the train to a halt at a red signals without any intervention from the locomotive pilot. The Kavach system, also referred to as the automatic train protection system, is to enhance safety by automatically applying the brakes in emergency situations.
कवच का डेवलपमेंट 2016 में चालू हुआ और 2019 तक काफ़ी डेवलपमेंट हुआ, सर्टिफिकेशन हुआ। उसके बाद में भी उसमें बहुत सारे इम्प्रूवमेंट्स किए गए, नए नए वर्जन लाए गए और वर्जन 4.0 16 जुलाई 2024 को अप्रूव हुआ, आरडीएसओ ने अप्रूव किया। वर्जन 4 का पहला इंस्टॉलेशन सवाई माधोपुर से कोटा के बीच में इंस्टॉलेशन हुआ है, कंप्लीट कमिश्निंग हो चुकी है इसकी।
Now look at the flood situation in Bihar as the Ganga is swallowing up homes and flowing above the danger mark. An overflowing Ganga has swallowed up at least 10 houses in the Mamlakha district of Bihar. There you can see that house just sinking into the river. This video shot by residents of the area show 3 of the structures, including a 2-story one, just sliding into the river and disintegrating before disappearing in just a matter of seconds. 12 districts are experiencing flood-like conditions. Let's take a look at those visuals. All right, the big international story now in Lebanon says more than 550 of its people have been killed, including 50 children in Israeli strikes since Monday. Thousands are now fleeing southern Lebanon, with families crammed into cars and closed schools being used as makeshift shelters. Meanwhile, Iran has also hinted at retaliation against Israel as the UN has called for a ceasefire.
First, the pager blast, then walkie-talkie explosions, and now multiple aerial strikes by Israel into Lebanon. The strikes have killed hundreds of people and left several others injured. Israel has called them preemptive strikes to weaken Hezbollah.
למי שעדיין לא הבין, אני רוצה להעביר את מדיניות ישראל. אנחנו לא מחכים לאיום, אנחנו מקדימים אותו. בכל מקום, בכל זירה, בכל עת. אנחנו מחסלים בכירים, מחסלים מחבלים, מחסלים טילים, ועוד ידנו נטויה.
Israel claims they are targeting Hezbollah commanders and fighters. But it's been a nightmare for civilians of Lebanon who are now struggling with displacement, in a way mirroring what residents in Gaza are going through.
تعذبنا كثير على الترقان، لا قدرنا وصلنا. في ناس قرايبين من اخواتي واخوات مرتي ناموا على الشوارع بعد لحد هلا مش ملاقيين مأوى. يعني المدارس سكرت مثل ما انك شايف يعني.
Lebanon is located on the northern border of Israel, and both sides have been targeting civilian areas. Israeli cities of Afula, Haifa, Kiryat Shmona have been under attack. While cities of Baalbek, Beirut and others are under intense aerial attack from Israel. Israel yet again claims that Hezbollah is solely responsible for the situation in Lebanon, as it was hiding weapons and rocket launchers in residential areas.
We provided advance warning to civilians in specific villages in Lebanon where Hezbollah embedded its military assets and weapons and warned them to move out of harm's way. However, even as we called on civilians to move away from danger, we saw that Hezbollah operatives were doing the opposite and acted to prevent civilian moving safety.
Meanwhile, Iran has also hinted at retaliation against Israel.
As world leaders have gathered for UNGA in United States, all eyes will be whether these leaders manage to achieve a ceasefire deal for what is happening in the Middle East and whether they will be able to restore normalcy in a region which has been on boil for the last 1 year. In Delhi, Mohammad Ghazali for NDTV.
And finally, some happier news. The Indian men's and women's team created history for Indian chess at the Chess Olympiad 2024 in Budapest by winning gold in both events. The Indian men's team clinched the country's first ever gold in the history of the prestigious team event, while the women's event also earned a gold after a win against Azerbaijan. NDTV's Osama Ashab spoke to the champions, who talked about their unique celebration and their mentor, Vishwanathan Anand, and the future of Indian chess.
I have with me Arjun Erigesi, Indian chess grandmaster, winning from that winning team. I also have Ashwath Narayanan, another superstar, another member of that winning team at the Chess Olympiad. Both of you, first of all, congratulations on this massive, massive victory. Before I talk about anything else, I just want to get a sense on that celebration, which you can see on your screens. Talk to us about that celebration. Was it inspired by Messi or was it inspired by Rohit Sharma? And was that planned by all of you?
Thank you so much. So the celebration, yeah, it was inspired by both Messi as well as Rohit, a bit of both. So we are learning from other sports as well.
All right, Arjun, you have to say something about that celebration.
Yeah, it was suggested by Vinay. I think he's the man for all these things in our team. And yeah, we thought it's a cool idea to imitate them. So yeah, we just went ahead.
So many young players are currently making a mark. It's a great time to be a chess player and chess fan for India.
Certainly, I think we are here to stay for quite long. And yeah, Gukesh is going to play the World Championship later this year at 18.
Yeah.
So he might as well bring back the World Champion title. So India is just dominating in the chess world now.
And we
And
just hope
also,
that
just to
India
mention,
keeps
he's only
dominating.
18 years, Gukesh.
Srinath, talk to us about the role of Vishy sir, and not just as a chess player who has given so much to India and done so much for Indian chess, but also as a mentor to all of you, and what he has done to establish India as a chess superpower right now.
I mean, he made things start. He showed us that it's possible. He showed us that it's possible to go out there on the world stage for an Indian person, Indian sports person, and be the world champion, be the best. He showed us that it's possible, and I think that acted as an inspiration already for a lot of us to even take chess in the first place. All these questions of whether is it possible to make a career out of chess, is it viable? All these things were shown by Vishy that it is possible.
All right, India's new chess champions are there on the block. Well, that's it from me for the moment. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
A massive setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the High Court dismisses his plea against a probe into the alleged MUDA scam. In Kerala, actor turned MLA Mukesh, accused of rape, is arrested and then released on bail. The death of Akshay Shinde, the man accused of raping two minors in Badlapur, has snowballed into a controversy with the opposition alleging he was killed in cold blood. In Lebanon, over 500 people have been killed, including 50 children, in Israeli strikes.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाई जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues.
Hello everyone, a very good morning to all the viewers of NDTV. I'm coming to you live from the beautiful Dal Lake and there is a reason why Kashmir is called the heaven on earth, because of the sheer beauty of, you know, chinar trees, and everything seems to be so beautiful and ethereal here, Nazir. And as an outsider and as someone who has been living here for decades,
that's why कहते हैं इसको नजर लग गई है. That's why we have been facing this turmoil, and but some perhaps now it is a time people would decide their fate in this election, and there are different shades of opinion, business people, traders, thinkers, intellectuals, common people, peasants, farmers, everybody is eagerly waiting to participate in this election and what this election means to them. Let's talk to people who actually run the businesses here, who have suffered a great deal during the turmoil, and they are looking for good days ahead. Let me start with you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this NDTV show. I've been in this tourism trade for the last 47 years. Perhaps one of the few, people living and still active in tourism. And I've seen drastically different changes from different point of view. First and foremost, what I probably see that until 1996, tourism was never politicized. Now I can see a lot of politics into tourism in the last couple of decades as compared to previously. It was normal business entity and everyone was taking normal business and everything.
Just one question. Tourism was always a conflict neutral activity. It has nothing to do with it was never seen as a yardstick for the peace or absence of peace. But as you rightly said, it has been politicized to a great extent. Now the tourism is seen as a yardstick. If
absolutely. See, because basically we are into a business which is more like a show business, you can say. You are actually dealing with humans. Public opinion, public moments, people traveling, buzz in the hotels, buzz in the down city towns, buzz in the countrysides, and then when you see a lot of people moving around, obviously I think political aspect also moves with this. And everyone actually claims that we have done a lot for promoting tourism, which is good at times, which has helped the society at large for increasing the footfall. And but I think if I look at a better opportune time, it was after 2004 when we actually got a good number of tourists coming to Kashmir, and even slightly foreigners started moving ahead.
let me bring in Athir Yamin Narwari. He is the representative of the Travel Agents Association of India, the Jammu and Kashmir chapter. Because there is a lot of emphasis on tourism, on travel, and there is this sense that perhaps the footfall of tourists has increased post the abrogation of Article 370.
Hi, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us here. Absolutely, yes. But there's not necessary only because of this abrogation of Article 370. Basically, it was after COVID. If we can see tourism increase every part of India after this COVID, after COVID problems started here. So this was actually a kind of revenge tourism, which people were stuck at their homes at their time of COVID, and they just want to come and see and outside and enjoy their time with their family members and all these people. That was a major reason. But yes, obviously, after abrogation of Article 370, a lot of things have also changed. We don't deny about that. For example, that people feel safe to come Kashmir.
Shamim Shah, as part of the, again, tourism group, because we have most tourism representatives here, but industry in general and tourism industry in particular, what is it that you aspire, or how can it really grow, or has it reached a saturation point in the valley?
See, thanks for inviting me to NDTV show. If we have to really make tourism grow, not only in Kashmir and entire Himalayan belt, the first and foremost responsibility lies with government in tackling drainage and sewerage. So if our environment is not saved, I don't feel that, we may reach to a level where Italy, Spain has put they have put a mark that tourists are not welcome. We may reach to that level because, we don't have proper drainage and sewerage.
I want to come to you, Uber, as someone who is in a completely different industry, but also someone who started off in 2018. Is it easy to establish a business here?
Thank you for inviting me to the show, Maria. I come from a horticulture sector and I'm a first generation entrepreneur and a third generation farmer myself. So venturing into the business in Kashmir is not an easy run. So the policies in place, because when we venture into business, we have to see how friendly the policies are in place. So, and also at the same time, there is a lot of earlier there was a lot of nepotism in place, because if you know someone, then only you could get your things done. But I would say there has been a policy shift. There has been very lucrative industrial policies that have come to this place. But somewhere down the line, I would see that it has to be in sync with the people who are the real stakeholders. Are these policies really getting benefited to the people or not? That's the real question, because when we see, if I talk about the policies we have in place, for example, in horticulture sector and in other sectors also, we primarily there is a huge I would say differences when we talk about policies, because as a horticulture in horticulture sector particularly, there's a huge threat right now that is coming from the import of illegal Iranian apples. That is creating a lot of, because on the one side we say that we need to increase the production, because Kashmir is the largest apple producing region in the country. We produce more than 80% of apples, and at the same time the apple industry contributes almost 8 to 10% of the GDP of the UT.
You are the president of Travel Agent Society of Kashmir. We have multiple representatives of the same industry. So what are your challenges?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this NDTV show. My views are different than my other friends. I feel in a different view. I feel when we were having business in 80s, it was a different scenario. But then, after that, in turmoils, we struggled a lot. Our boys used to work in Delhi and other parts in getting tourism, putting tourism flag alive for Kashmir. But then when this abrogation 370 happened, we should not forget this. One thing, I'm not a political person, please don't take me in that way. But one thing we should appreciate of Mr. Modi, our Honorable Prime Minister, he gave a signal to the entire country that we need tourism in Kashmir. I feel, as President of Travel Agent Society of Kashmir, and as a travel agent being in this trade from last 35 years, that was the first aspect, that when we got this boom of tourism. And then this post-COVID was another thing, when entire country was closed.
So if you can bring the mic closer to your mouth.
When entire country was closed, then they had no other choice, but the backup was from the government that we need tourism into Kashmir, because they wanted to show to the people that what we have done after the abrogation. So this was the main aspect, to show them the tourism is back into the valley. Regarding the foreign tourism, yes, we were very happy that G20 happened in Kashmir. That was another signal to the entire world. As being part of the tourism trade, I was so happy that it happened here, and it happened very successfully. It gave a very good and green signal right across the world that Kashmir is safe to travel. And now we have, our inbound has started, and it will increase day by day.
Yes, that G20 in particular, one of the events of G20 being held here, do you think that's certainly almost like a big shift, or the needle moved from then?
Yeah, this was the great decision by our Honorable Prime Minister to do it in Kashmir. I think it was the great thing he has done so far for Kashmir. G20 was a great signal to Kashmir in terms of tourism, in terms of giving signal to entire world that Kashmir is safe to travel.
So Kashmir is safe to travel. Let's now talk about your expectations from your politicians in this election, and what should they be talking about for your industry as those who are generating money for the valley?
See, we hope that government is elected in a nice way and a good tourism minister is assigned who knows the subject. The problem with us is most of time we get in bureaucracy, we get people because there is a system in our country that every 2 years or 3 years the bureaucracy has to change. So we have always a role of, educating, I would rather say, or guiding them what is to be done for the tourism. Yes, out of this election, I think more than state, it is responsibility of central government because as post 370, they have said that achhe din aayenge, that tourism will flourish, everything, all economy will flourish in Kashmir. So I think primarily it is responsibility of central government to see that tourism in Kashmir doesn't stop. Yes, state government at its own level because we have missed since abrogation of 370, we have missed major international road shows. So I think the incoming government should concentrate on making road shows across the globe. And they should also, take up with Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs to request the international countries to lower or remove the travel advisories so that people who intend to come to Kashmir have their insurance cover valid. Because international travelers, if they come to any place, if their insurance cover is not covered, they would not travel. So that is more important.
Ober, can you tell me, there has been the hybrid, these high density orchards now, and our potential is, it is a 10,000 crore economy, and it is our money because just less than 1,000 crore we would be spending on it is transportation, etc. So that which means around 9,000 crore money comes to Kashmir, to common man. So how are you looking at when it comes to the horticulture, which is actually the mainstay of Kashmir's economy?
So as you rightly said, that we have the small land holdings in Kashmir. So for example, for the apple cultivation, we have less than an acre. That's the land holding for a particular farmer. So the cost of the production has increased, the labor cost has increased, and so we have to be competitive in the market there. So our produce has to get better prices in the market. But when we see these, lot of imported apples coming to India, so it becomes an alternate and substitute for the consumers across the country, and it becomes very difficult for us to sustain. In terms of that, we don't get the prices that we used to get earlier.
Nasir Shah, this point of rail and road connectivity, that infrastructure push which has come in, which has actually led to new avenues or new opportunities being created.
Correct. I think when we will have a full connectivity of trains, high-speed trains coming to Kashmir, then obviously footfall will increase. And then at the same time, the infrastructure has also to increase. Though by and large, if you look at infrastructure in Srinagar city now, it is much more than what is actually required. Maybe Pahalgam is also almost with a similar accommodation. Gulmarg, we are scattered, but primarily because most of the budget tourism will flow through these railways and not high-end tourists. They will always prefer to fly by air. So we have to be actually prepared for that. And maybe from 2025, what is projected by Ministry of Railways that this train connectivity will be through. And we have seen a lot of queries now coming. People are enthusiastic that even high-end tourists, that they will travel to Jammu, they will travel to Srinagar, but they would certainly like to travel from Banihal to Baramulla on a train.
Besides leisure tourism,
yeah.
Is there health tourism or such opportunities in terms of health sector? Which are the other sectors which can grow or which is showing that potential?
You see, if we do not have a bigger infrastructure as far as health tourism is concerned in terms of hospitals or nursing homes or something like that. But obviously, if you have a tourist who is sick, who is coming from abroad, and checking in at Apollo in Delhi, and then he is asked to completely take a rest for 1 month or so till you go further checkups, I think Kashmir is the best place for him to come and relax and rest and be in peace over here. That's one thing. Another important thing which I wanted to make, maybe it should not be a big statement, that looking at the tourism growth in future also, as I said, that tourism should not actually be politicized, but we need to have a matured government to come up. The leadership should be matured. Those who understand how tourism can be taken to newer heights, how environment and ecology has to be their priority too, and how hand-holding is done. That's very important. So we are looking forward that we have a matured leadership, and of course they will have to have a great support from the government of India to help in their endeavor to take care of public, to look after the public.
I mean, if you can take that thought forward, when he says mature leadership in the state which is needed, because the state is going for polls, what is it that you aspire or you hope?
Well, if we say particular thing, it will not be good to say it here, but definitely we need a local government, which is very important, which is needed most, because local governments understand problems of the people. They meet people and they understand their problems, they solve the problems. Yes, definitely, I won't say much on that because otherwise it will be a wrong statement on this platform. But definitely, yes, 100% we need a government, we need a local government.
So what is your expectation from the new government, whoever forms the government? We are not here to decide who will form. It is the people who will vote and decide.
Primarily what we have experienced post abrogation, or you can say post, there has been no government since 2019. The officers are not taking decision in the right form or timely decisions. The decisions are taking time. I don't know why so. We have LG government here, but the things are not moving the way they should. Probably I cannot put myself in their shoe why it is happening. Yes, if we would have an elected government, we could have gone to the elected representative, the Minister of Tourism for J&K, we could have expressed our concern and things would have changed. So the directions could come from top to bottom.
Well, any governor's rule anywhere in the country is antithesis to democracy. It's not the preferred mode of government.
It's not the preferred mode, yes.
And it is in democracy, it has to be by the people, for the people. So that is what we are talking about today. Yeah. We are electing a new government, though it may not have the powers as in the union territory. Yes. Lieutenant Governor may continue to hold the power till the time Jammu and Kashmir is restored as a state.
Yes, true. See, what we expect that, once the new government forms, they concentrate on tourism, they promote tourism, they look for job opportunities, not only, I have requested many departments in Kashmir, including statistics, economics, business studies, have done their research, because till now there is no official document, what tourism is contributing towards the GDP. This is a big question. We always say it is less than 7%, but there is no research paper on it. I don't want to go in that debate.
But regardless of whether there's any statistic, but the fact is that we know whether it is taxi wala, whether it is chai wala, whether it is shikara wala, hotel wala, and it is the tourism industry which is sustaining all these people. And if it is Dal Lake, we see it is lively, it is because of the tourists. Without it, Dal is really
Sir,
dull.
not only that, Nazir, let's try to understand. From a cobbler to the five-star owner, everybody gets their share. So tourism is the main force to move the economy of Kashmir in particular, because Kashmir is mostly dependent on tourism. I'm not touching other sectors, horticulture, they have their own role, they create job opportunities. Tourism, if you go to a hotel, it is based on 1 acre or 2 acres, and then see how many jobs it creates.
Okay.
Of course.
So please come in, sir, if you can pass the mic to him. Let's elaborate that aspect, moving away from tourism a little, because we, of course, are sitting by the beautiful Dal Lake. But in terms of opportunities, which are other sectors which have potential?
A lot of this horticulture has got, handicrafts has got, the handicrafts has got the main role also. Kashmir is famous for handicrafts also. These are the opportunities that they should always take ahead. They should give focus on that also. But at the same time, we have to see when the election will happen, what role the local government has to play. Will they have that role in their hand, or all they will be just namesake of government? That has to be also seen, because all the powers, as Mr. Nazir rightly said, also Mr. Shamim said that, yes, the powers are still with the LG. So it also we are expecting election one thing, then we are expecting high things from the local government. But at the same time, we should not forget that the LG powers are still there. So we have to see whether it opens or not.
As a first generation businessman in the valley, because people who are with us, most of the panelists are second and the third generation. As the first generation, are there more youth coming into businesses, establishing? Is there a reverse migration that you're witnessing? That's what I want to know from you. I mean, are your friends who have studied abroad planning to come back to Kashmir to establish their businesses?
Yes, I think right now, if we see India as a big market right now, because right now this is the time to start business, because earlier we used to look opportunities like government jobs and other stuff. But right now I think those things are not there. So the only thing is that to start businesses. For businesses, we need to have a right environment. We need to have right policies in place. I think this is I think those things are already there. But I think there needs a little push in terms of to creating that environment, because for any business, there has to be a stable environment to sustain.
And government, Ubair has said that they have got the proposal of 70,000 crore investment. So those are just proposals. Has that proposals actually translated on ground? How much do you see some investment coming on the ground? How much would that be? Is it that 70,000 crore which has come to the...
No, I think as government said, these are the proposals that government has received. But on ground, I think we could hardly see around 5 or 10% of the investments that has happened out of that 70,000 crores. The proposal that government has received.
And in terms of your, cold storage is a key to, if you manage your market. What is, because many locals have actually set up cold storage facilities, particularly in Pulwama district. So are you doing well? What are we doing on that sector? Are we doing well? Is more investment coming into the cold storage?
Yes, I think I would say this cold storage industry, particularly because this comes under service sector industry. So I think earlier, as you've seen from last 3-4 decades, the industry hasn't really come up, but for cold storage industry, it has really come up. It has grown around 700% in Kashmir. So right now we have around more than 3 lakh metric tons of cold storage facility that has been set up, and that has attracted investment of around more than 2,000 crores. So I think it has not only created avenues in terms of giving facilities to the farmers, but at the same time it has created job opportunities for local youth as well. Yeah.
Okay, so let's start wrapping up this conversation, and I'll give you the last word, sir, if you can take that mic. Your final thought for the businesses in general, not just your industry.
In general, I think if we'll have to see Kashmir prosperous, we need to support smokeless industry. That's very important. Cottage industries, tourism, and horticulture must be the priority of any government which is coming now. And thousands of youth are jobless. Create opportunities, not only if you do not have a capacity in tourism or horticulture, there must be other avenues. For example, IT is a big sector. I have seen a shift. One of my relatives was actually working in Dubai, and now the company has shifted to Srinagar, and they have almost 40-50 employees working here. It's a good thing. Rather than being in Dubai, they prefer to be in, because now it is connectivity, Wi-Fi and internet, so you feel like if you are in Rangret or if you are in Dubai, it doesn't make any sense. So IT is one industry where you can generate a lot of revenue, and that's very important. Government's focus, in addition to tourism, in addition to horticulture, in addition to handicrafts, because these are cottage and smokeless industries, IT, I also consider it's a smokeless industry. It's a huge potential we can have it here, because nowadays, if you see, 99% of the youth who come out of college and universities, they are IT intellectuals. So we need to use them and support them and give them enough opportunities to do. Again, I said I think what I feel, because of we did not have political dispensation here, that must have made things a little bit difficult. Because Shamim rightly said, if we look at last 3-4 years, despite the fact that we did a wonderful job in Kashmir, despite the fact that Prime Minister Modi spoke very high about Kashmir tourism on Man Ki Baat and other programs everywhere, we appreciate that, and we understand that has actually created a huge crux which brought tourism to Kashmir, and we actually expect that to even after any government is formed in Kashmir, the Prime Minister Modi should again continue his Man Ki Baat and speak about Kashmir, not leave what only the local governments can do it. But again I will come, matured leadership, experienced leadership is the priority.
Thank you so much for joining us. Ubair Shah there, Mohammad Ibrahim Sia, Nasir Shah, on this side Athar Yamin and Shamim Shah. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and joining us.
Last, I'm not a third generation, I'm just the first generation in tourism, but 47 years.
All right. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for watching the special broadcast from Srinagar.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzzing. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello and welcome to Left, Right and Centre, and I'm Maria Shakil. First, a look at the headlines. In Kerala, the Me Too impact actor turned MLA Mukesh, accused of rape, is arrested, then later released on bail. The police released a lookout notice for actor Siddiq, whose anticipatory bail plea was rejected. The death of Akshay Shinde, the man accused of raping two 4-year-olds in Badlapur in police firing, has snowballed into a controversy, with the opposition alleging he was killed in cold blood to destroy proof and protect powerful individuals. In Lebanon, over 500 people have been killed, including 50 children, in Israeli strikes as people flee from southern parts. The United States will send more troops to the Middle East as UN calls for de-escalation. And after Team India created history at the World Chess Olympiad, where both men's and women's team earned a gold medal each, the champions speak to NDTV on achieving this golden milestone. A top story on Left, Right and Centre. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who is battling corruption allegations, received a jolt from the High Court when it actually upheld Governor's decision to grant sanction for the Chief Minister's prosecution in the alleged MUDA scam, where there are allegations of allotment of land to the Chief Minister's wife. While the BJP has upped the ante and has demanded the Chief Minister's resignation, Siddaramaiah has said that the High Court has only cleared the probe and it's a verdict on prosecution. He also lashed out at the BJP for trying to destabilize the state government. Will the probe into the alleged corruption allegations hurt Siddaramaiah's image and the Congress government in the state, or can the Chief Minister come out of this MUDA mess? My colleague Pratibha Raman has this report.
There was no legal reprieve for Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah as the High Court upheld the state governor's decision to allow a probe to proceed against the Chief Minister in the alleged multi-crore MUDA land allotment scam. Dismissing the petition of the Chief Minister challenging the governor's August 17th order, the court said, "There is no doubt that an investigation is needed against the CM. The applicant's family has benefited in this matter. The High Court orders that investigation against Siddaramaiah is necessary." The petitioners in the case hailed the order as a vindication of their stand, and the BJP demanded immediate resignation of the CM.
I am not going to make any political comments on this, because what happens to that? See, my point is to fight corruption. Politics is a different ball game. They will go to the Supreme Court and they will file against this order. We will be informed by the court and we will also approach. We will face it there.
आज राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय कर्नाटका हाई कोर्ट आज के जजमेंट में क्लियरली बताया है, जो भी राज्यपाल ने निर्णय लिया है वो पूरा सही है, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी को इस जजमेंट को मानते हुए तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए.
A combative CM and the Congress, however, projected a united front while addressing the media, terming this a political conspiracy of the BJP.
I'm not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS. After go through the judgment, I will discuss with the legal experts.
While CM Siddaramaiah, who has been priding himself for having no charges against him in 40 years, has been mulling legal recourse now, the question of morality comes in with the opposition urging him to resign. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
So what next for Karnataka Chief Minister Mr. Siddaramaiah? Let me bring in my guests now. Lavanya Balal Jain is spokesperson of the Congress. We have Dr. Sudha Halkai representing the BJP. Maya Sharma is a senior journalist. Sanjay Sahai is former ADGP of Karnataka. Maya Sharma, beginning with you, because we have this order, 197-page order, and if anything, all the arguments which were put forth by Mr. Siddaramaiah's team of lawyers that that there has been no application of mind and he should have followed the advice of Council of Ministers, everything seemed to have been dismissed, going to the extent of saying that the no fault can be found in the action of the governor exercising independent discretion to pass the impunged order. So certainly this will be seen as a setback for the Chief Minister. But the question is that someone for all his life has had a squeaky clean image. What does it mean for the Congress party and Mr. Siddaramaiah personally? Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself.
It is, of course, a very difficult situation right now for the Karnataka Chief Minister. He did, as you said, have a very clean image that he was not targeted with corruption allegations in the past. He prided himself on being a person who did not have any great allegations against him, no scam allegations, which is not, of course, always the case with many politicians, including politicians from Karnataka and his predecessors in the Chief Minister's chair. This is a very unfortunate time for Siddaramaiah. His image will, of course, take a beating. It's not over. The battle is not over for him. He will definitely take further legal action, as he has said. He will approach first the division bench of the High Court and perhaps later on the Supreme Court as well. So it's not over, but it is a question of image at this point. The fact that his wife is involved, I mean, the Chief Minister's wife, like Caesar's wife, needs to be above suspicion. It needs to be seen as being totally squeaky clean. What has gone in Siddaramaiah's favor is the fact that, publicly at least, he is being backed by all of his cabinet colleagues, by the Congress in Karnataka, by K.C. Venugopal, Congress leaders as well in the center, coming to his defense, saying there's no question of his resignation. And they, in turn, are turning the allegation back at the BJP and saying that this has been a misuse of the governor's office. The governor's office is being misused by the center to target opposition-ruled states. But definitely not an easy situation for Siddaramaiah at this point of time.
Absolutely, not an easy situation. Lavanya Balal Jain, is it becoming difficult increasingly for the Congress to defend the Chief Minister?
Good evening, Maria. Not at all. It is not at all difficult to defend our CM because we know he's clean and there has been no scam committed by CM Siddaramaiah. And it is not at all a difficult task because we know the truth will prevail. And, we also had ordered a judiciary probe before this judgment had come out. So, yes, we welcome the investigation because we know we are going to come out of this unscathed. And the intention of the BJP to tarnish his image will go in vain.
No, but certainly right now, with all the arguments which were made by the team of lawyers of Mr. Siddaramaiah, that has been dismissed. For even the argument was that Council of Ministers the governor usually in normal circumstances has to act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. The order of the court says can take independent decision in exceptional circumstances, and the present case is one such exception. So it is in that category of exception. So politically speaking, I'm not too sure how much of that conspiracy theory can be used by the Congress party anymore. But Dr. Sudha Halkai, is the BJP also jumping the gun? Because, it's about the prosecution order being sanctioned. It's the beginning of investigation. Why pronounce the Chief Minister being guilty?
Maria, we all should not forget how Mr. Siddaramaiah in his previous government had assassinated and abolished the Lokayukta. Then also they had 106 cases against the Congress and they got a clean chit 65 cases without any, because they had completely abolished the Lokayukta and they called the ACP. Why did they do so? And now also Mr. Siddaramaiah, he being an advocate by himself, he being in the politics, in the active politics from past 40 years, being ex-chief minister, being the leader of the opposition, being a finance minister, everything, he knows the law, what it is. He knew very well that the governor, honorable governor of Karnataka, was very much right in giving him a show cause notice. It was very much right in asking for the prosecution. Yet he misled the people of Karnataka and the law of the Karnataka by putting a writ petition. And this he has been doing it ever since. He always says he's got a clean chit. Absolutely no. He has always managed to get a clean chit by actually, assassinating the investigation agencies. And he's trying to do this again. But all salutes to the honorable judge of the High Court who has given a permission and who has upheld the appeal of the honorable governor of the Karnataka.
Okay.
Siddaramaiah is known to do all this. And my question is, Maria, would the same favor be done to any normal citizen of the Karnataka? What Siddaramaiah's wife has got the favor? That is because of the misutilization of the power. And ever since, since day one, Siddaramaiah has been doing the same thing. He is a person with a Hippocratic face. Daati ke daat dikhane ke kuch aur hai, aur khane ke kuch aur hai.
Okay,
And
Lavanya,
it's like
quick
chori
response
aur
and then I
upar se
bring in
Seena
Sanjay
chori
Sahai.
when they put the writ petition in the court.
Okay.
Maria, the BJP spokesperson sounds legally very uneducated while she's making wild allegations about
No. Please don't put all this. Don't put all this.
Ma'am, be
Who is
patient, please.
uneducated? No, I will not
Lavanya
accept
Balal was
comments,
listening to
Maria.
your
I will not
arguments.
accept such.
Ma'am, she was listening to
I
your
never said any
arguments very,
personal
very
comments on her.
patiently.
She's calling me uneducated. I'm a
You should extend the same courtesy, please. Lavanya, no personal attacks, please. Go ahead.
Absolutely not. That was not a personal attack at all. I just said she's legally unaware of what happened with Lokayukta and ACB. ACB and Lokayukta are formed under two different laws altogether. And when they're talking about why, when they're attacking Ms. Parvati Siddaramaiah, I think it is uncalled for. And also when they're attacking Siddaramaiah and claiming that he's always made this, those are wild allegations without any proof. While they talk about B.S. Yediyurappa, who was arrested while accepting bribe, it was a charge sheet against him by the Lokayukta. At this point of time, the Lokayukta has already filed a charge sheet against
Lavanya, please can you tell me why Kempanna Varadhi is not given? Why Nagmohan Das Varadhi is not given? All these results are not given. Kempanna Varadhi is not given. Nagmohan Das Varadhi is not given. Arkavati case, why it is closed? Why they are not giving the work verdict of this? And you are doing the same thing in the SI commission over here. Every time you people are cheating the people of Karnataka.
Dr. Halka, you don't have to speak over each other because then nobody is going to be heard. So,
Thank you, Maria.
Lavanya, 30 seconds, finish your point and then I bring
Thank
in
you,
others.
Maria. All we are saying is the governor should extend the same kind of courtesy extended to Siddaramaiah, to B.S. Yediyurappa and to Mr. Kumaraswamy, who have been charge sheeted by the Lokayukta and the case
Sanjay
is
Sahai.
rotting away.
Sanjay Sahai, what next in this
case is closed long back.
Yeah.
What next in this case, sir?
What next in the case? So this is a restrictive order which is primarily limited to Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act and does not extend to Section 19 of the Prevention of Corruption Act and 218 of the newly implemented BNSS, which primarily means that this is not a prosecution sanction order. This is an order which permits the investigation of misuse of powers in the MUDA case. So it is primarily related to that. And the powers used by the governor of Karnataka with regards to providing this necessary permission, which falls under 17A and also under 163 article of the Constitution of India. So what next legally? I'll restrict myself to the legal thing. I'll not get into the political stance that we can discuss. There are lots of people who can discuss about the political stance. So next is that there will be a case registered and investigation will continue. And law being equal for everybody, the investigation will continue and whatever comes out of the investigation will go to a court of law. And henceforth the judicial process will happen and conviction and otherwise and appeals and all those processes will happen. So broadly, this is going to happen on the one side if this is supposed to be the last order. And if they go further, which they will, both in the division bench, there will be a writ petition, they will go to the Supreme Court of India. How it will fan out, that we will have to see. But one thing is for sure that the nature of judgment which has been pronounced today, literally every single point of the authority, discretion, and the capability to pass orders with regards to the Honorable Chief Minister by the Governor of Karnataka has been validated by the learned judge of the High Court. So it is application of mind, it is use of Article 163, it is basically using that opportunity which is vested in the governor, literally everything, and has been brought down. It is a speaking order. It has brought a nature of clarity which generally is not fine. We don't find. So this is where legally it stands.
Yes, and how do you see this playing out, Maya Sharma? The fact is that the Congress is a divided house, that there are several groups within groups in Karnataka Congress. How will it play out there, vis-a-vis Mr. Siddaramaiah's positioning?
Well, there have been senior Congress leaders in the state who have expressed their, shall we say, lack of reluctance to become Chief Minister. Many of them would like to become Chief Minister. And they have actually said so that if that was the case, if the party would like them to, they would. But right now, there is still no talk of Siddaramaiah actually resigning. The public answer of ministers when you ask is like, there is no vacancy in the post. The Chief Minister is right there. So the Congress is presenting a united house. There's still a long path ahead, a long legal path ahead. There's nothing likely to happen dramatically very soon. There is still a long legal process ahead. So it's unlikely that Siddaramaiah would resign at this stage. It's unlikely that there would be any change. Prahlad Joshi, Union Minister, has also gone on record saying that the BJP doesn't want to destabilize the government in Karnataka, that they respect the 2023 verdict. But they feel that Siddaramaiah.
But how do you counter an image of Siddaramaiah? Do you think that's what the BJP is essentially doing here? Dr. Halkai, I'm going to come back to you, Maya Sharma. There seems to be some problem with your line there. Yes, yeah. Dr. Sudha Halkai, the point here is that is coming from the Congress, that you're trying to destabilize this government, that you have larger political motives behind this.
No, we are not here to destabilize the government. We as a constructive opponent, we are fighting for the rights of the people. Maria, today the Karnataka is in dark. It is in deep grievance. Today, law and order has collapsed. Today, all the prices have increased. The corruption is reached to the sky, and the scams of the government is increasing day by day. And as a constructive opponent, we are standing for the needy people. Today, the farmers, more than 1,200 farmers have committed suicide. More than 65% of the cases, crimes against women have increased. Yesterday only, we have witnessed a brutal murder of a woman. How do you justify? We are standing for the people, needy people, and for the people of Karnataka. We are standing for the truth. We are standing for the right of the state over here. The Congress government has completely derailed Karnataka. Karnataka was known for its development, for its peace and order, for its peace and harmony. And today we are in the national television. So sorry to say that every day we are here to talk about some or the other crime or some more corruption, or there is absolutely not a single stone or single step of development has taken place in Karnataka. Take it, ST funds, 25,000, it has been given for the guarantees, 187 crores, Valmiki Nigam, the officer has committed suicide over there.
The Chief Minister himself has given the signal it's business as usual for him. Because while the order came at that time, he was at an event. His tomorrow's schedule has been put out as well. So it clearly wants to send that message that his interests and he will not let governance suffer. That's the message coming in from the Chief Minister here.
That's what I've been telling. His past history you take, Maria. I've told you clearly he has abolished
Maria, if I may respond.
They try to.
Yes,
no.
Lavanya Balal now.
When the minister
Ma'am, please, Lavanya Balal.
Yes, it is going to be business as usual because we know our CM is squeaky clean. Despite the passionate speech made by my BJP counterpart, there is no truth in what she is talking about. We are also investigating the scams committed by the BJP government when they were in power. Mostly the COVID scam, which was a 40,000 crore scam, as mentioned by their own BJP senior MLA, Mr. Yatnar. He himself claimed there was a scam of 40,000 crore. So we are investigating the multi scams that have happened under the BJP. Meanwhile, I would like to react. There is no change of guard in Karnataka. CM will continue to be the CM in Karnataka till the next 3.5 years, till we complete our 5-year term.
We are not bothered who
And
is
we
going
will
to be
not
the
be
CM.
changing
We
any
are
CM.
bothered
It is a
on the
united
morality
The
grounds. He
indication
has
from the
to
Congress
resign.
party is clear
when the
that
BJP
Chief
claims
Minister Siddaramaiah is
that
here
it
to
is a
stay,
divided
and there's
house,
a long legal
not a
process though
divided house.
that
Maria,
is
I'm
going to
sorry, I
follow
have to
from here
apologize
onwards. Lavanya
for
Balal
guests
Jain,
from
Maya Sharma, Dr. Sudha Halkai and Sanjay Sahai, thank you so much for joining us. And joining me now is Ashwath Narayanan, former Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka and presently an MLA from Malleshwaram. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, of course, is calling his fight against what he says revenge politics of Modi-led BJP government. And he has said that this entire scam is in fact a sham. Is the BJP really jumping the gun in demanding his resignation? Because there is a long legal process ahead.
See, it is very clear he's been caught red-handed. How he has misused his office for his own benefit, for his own family benefit, it has become very clear how he has misused the power for the gain. Probably in this direction, a lot of discussion went on, and the governor gave permission for investigation. It is not prosecution; it is just for the investigation, because he being in the Chief Minister of the state, what justice can you expect? Can you expect anything to go against him? Probably in this direction, the petitioners, the complainants had requested for the prosecution against him under the Prevention of Corruption Act, probably exposing, making him accountable, making it transparent. Is it against any particular person? Is it any BJP trying to have any kind of, having a target politics or having a revenge politics? Nothing like that. Here we are trying to, as a responsible opposition, we are trying to make the ruling party, the Congress government, and particularly the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, accountable by having a fair, impartial inquiry. By doing so, we can ensure this government is being made accountable. Probably in this direction, even he approached the court. He went as a petitioner. He has approached the court has turned down, and he was given an adequate time. The notice by the Honorable Governor, going through all the due process. Even then, he's trying to, totally divert the attention. He's been caught. Okay. Now the Congress party, if it has got any ethics or morals or any accountability, he should take action against his Chief Minister and ensure that he should resign. Instead of resigning, they are doing political drama, abusing, misusing. From the time they have come to the power in the state of Karnataka, they are doing one thing every day. Rightful is looting the state and misusing the power by the entire cabinet and the entire Congress government.
But Dr. Narayan, the Chief Minister is saying that he won't hesitate from facing investigation. In fact, he says that he will consult experts on whether such a probe is allowed under law or not. So he isn't really shying away from probe.
Yeah, definitely, yes. See, he was trying to avoid the entire probe, entire investigation. The only main intention was to avoid the investigation. That is the reason he has went and challenged in the court. Even the court went through the entire discussion. They put forward their argument, what way it should not be allowed. All these arguments for, against, all these arguments went on for a very long time. Both the parties were very clearly heard, and it has come out very clear. The complainants, they had their own argument. The Mr. Siddaramaiah had his own argument. Going through all this thing, was the governor right or fair in ordering? The court said very clearly, what the Honorable Governor has done is a right thing, and it is very clear how here it has been clearly seen that how the misuse has happened is very clearly reflecting in this entire case. So we have the allowing of the investigation permission is very fair, and a real application of mind has happened and due process has taken place. Here the Chief Minister is trying to get away. The man who should have guarded the interest of the state, being in a responsible position, he himself, the fence itself is eating into the... So the responsible people and ensure there's no corruption, he himself being facing the allegation of corruption, what justice can he give? No, I feel since he is facing investigation, to have a fair and impartial inquiry, it is not possible if he is continuing as the Chief Minister of the state. Probably in this direction, he should immediately resign. All the time he has been claiming very high ethics and morals. He has been always speaking. Why can't he adapt him for himself? Okay. He's not trying to adapt. He's having a different law for himself and a different law for others. So this is not fair. I think he should immediately resign and allow for the free and impartial inquiry.
But Dr. Narayan, the Congress says that such cases are a part of conspiracy against opposition leaders, and it's not happening only with Mr. Siddaramaiah. They are giving examples of opposition leaders across the country. And, you know, because Mr. Siddaramaiah enjoys a clean image, that is the reason why a fictitious case has been built. How do you respond to
all
this?
The stages from the very beginning, even, you know, snatching away land belonging to a Dalit family. They always been having crocodile tears for the Dalits, and the very thing what they have been doing repeatedly against Dalits, you know, whatever money has been earmarked in the budget has been diverted, and you know, even in the Maharishi Valmiki scam, he himself has agreed on the floor of the house 89 crores has been swindled. Like this, many cases, you know, even the transfer allegation which was made by one Mr. Parshuram. Like this, many incidents, they are not trying to be accountable. Whenever they face real, concrete, with evidence, allegation, or the charges been made against them, they come out with a you know, victim story. It's a shame on them to make this kind of stories. The documents, the evidence is very clear. It has been pointing very clear. The finger has been pointing very clearly against them that he has misused the power for his own benefit. Probably in this case, the Congress should not come out with this kind of, you know, cover up or this kind of victim story, making political statement. Since being in a government, it is not a political party. A government has to be accountable. It has to ensure. They always been talking about constitution. They have been talking about democracy. They have all this. What they speak for, they don't stand for it. Where's your democracy? Where is your democracy? Where's your accountability? Where's your constitution? Are you not accountable? Why for one person? Why for one person? Don't you have any other alternative? He's the only person for you to protect you or to lead the Karnataka government. Is the only person. Why do you have this kind of excuses? Look into it. Since all of you have got very good exposure, very good understanding, what is law, what is right, what is not right, what is accountability, fully being aware of all these things, even then you're trying to avoid all these things, being insensitive, irresponsible, really a shame on Congress party. And Mr. Rahul Gandhi, always he's been talking big things. He can't even practice what he speaks with his own leaders. What else can you expect from this Congress party by the AICC president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, or Surjewala ji? You're now facing election in Haryana. What is it you're going to talk to the people? What is it you can speak against the present ruling government in Haryana? Is it the way? This is what you practice, Mr. Surjewala. This is what you practice, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Siddaramaiah. This is a real shame. You need to be accountable. This is our sincere. And this is the demand of the people of Karnataka.
All right, Ashwath Narayanan, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. And joining me now is Senior Congress Leader and Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao. Mr. Rao, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. The Karnataka High Court, in its order, has said that Governor Thawar Chand Gehlot, and to quote this order, did apply his mind in abundance, and that the order, which is essentially of sanctioning prosecution, does not suffer from any non-application of mind. It also goes on to say that there is no fault in the governor's actions. The facts narrated need investigation. This certainly is a huge setback for your party, the government and the Chief Minister. What next legally?
The governor's behavior is very clear. He is behaving in a manner which is unbecoming of a governor. Every other day he's writing letters to the government saying, I want to report on this, I want to report on that. So it's very clear that he's got a political agenda, including this, including the issue of this particular case. We are seeing every day the way he is behaving. So that is something that I think is very, very clear to the people of Karnataka also, how the governor is behaving. Now, the second part is what next? See, whatever the High Court judgment is there, of course, we respect the judiciary, but we have many other options, and our Chief Minister will exercise those options. And the legal options will be decided as and when he sits and talks with his with the lawyers and other legal experts.
Okay, and sir, you know, Mr. Siddaramaiah's lawyers had argued that the decision of the governor violates principles of natural justice, adding that it does grave reputation damage, also said that it will lead to disruption of governance and political destabilization. Now, with the prosecution having been sanctioned, how will governance really continue?
In fact, the High Court has not sanctioned, given permission for any prosecution. The High Court has given permission to investigate the matter. So there's nothing else more than an investigation that has to start. But what is very clear is why we are saying this is destabilization, is that the central government, we know what they're doing, how they're using Raj Bhavans, how they're using agencies to destabilize any opposition government in the country today. And that's that's amply clear to everybody. So this is a part of their political agenda. It's a conspiracy which they hatch. They use the Raj Bhavan, they use the media, they use the agencies, they create a story, then it is propagated all over, and they want the administration to get derailed in Karnataka, because our government is doing a good job. We have implemented all our guarantees that we had promised the people, and we are every day concentrating on development works. So they want this administration to be derailed. And the Chief Minister, who is very popular, the most popular leader in Karnataka, and his pro-poor programs, social justice programs, are creating a huge impact. So how to derail the state and how to use this to create a news that the Congress government is corrupt and the Congress Chief Minister is corrupt. So this message across the country is propagated. So this is a strategy which they use. And we are going to face this head on. We are not going to be backing off. We will take this head on. We are very sure Chief Minister has done no wrong. It was a land which was gifted to his wife by his brother. And in lieu of that, compensation was given by the BJP government, not our government. When Chief Minister was in power, for 5 years, he didn't take a decision on this particular file because he was in power. Though this matter was pending in front of him, his wife had applied for this land in front of, when he was Chief Minister. But as long as the entire 5 years, he didn't take a decision. It was when the BJP was in power, which they gave this compensatory land to the Chief Minister's wife. So he is above board. So you want to create some story that CM is corrupt and CM is, you are misusing his powers. He's not misused any power. There's not a single signature of his on any file where he is recommending this case. So what are we talking about?
Okay. But for how long will the Congress continue with this conspiracy theory of BJP trying to malign its political opponents? Because this was the Karnataka High Court. You got no relief from there. So how can you really talk about political conspiracies here?
See, court is now, the matter in front of the court was two things. One was whether the governor has got a right to allow for an investigation or based on a private complaint. That was one matter. And the second matter was whether the Chief Minister be prosecuted. So on one matter, the High Court has not given permission for the prosecution. The second matter, the High Court has said that yes, there is some issues over here that needs to be investigated. So you can't jump to any conclusion when the things have to be investigated. So legally, what has to happen, we will see in the future. And we are not, on the back foot. We are going ahead with our programs. We are going ahead with our works. And the intention of the government, the intention of the central government and the BJP is to hamper the good work that the Congress party is doing and to defame our leaders. Defame our leaders and create a bad image of our leaders. So I think we are not worried. We are confident of our Chief Minister. We are all with him. And we're going to take this without any sense of fear or any sense of apprehension.
The Congress party had projected Mr. Siddaramaiah as 100% clean Chief Minister. You're also saying that this leads to bad image. There's an effort by the BJP, as you said, to create bad image. So do you think the image of the Chief Minister is being impacted?
See, the people of Karnataka know, okay, that what Mr. Siddaramaiah is. He has been in power as Chief Minister for 5 years earlier. He's back as Chief Minister. He's been Deputy Chief Minister. They know his nature. They know his politics. And they know he's never been after money. He's never been after making properties. Or if he wanted to do all that, then he could have amassed huge amounts of wealth. So with Mr. Siddaramaiah is one of those exceptional politicians who is, loved by the poor people. And people know. So, of course, you're exactly right that the intention of the BJP is to somehow besmirch his name, to create confusion and to create doubt in people's mind. And that is their intention. And that is the politics today that is being played out across the country. You had Mr. Kejriwal in jail, you had Mr. Soren in jail, they're targeting Revanth Reddy, they're targeting Stalin. Why is all the opposition party chief minister, Mamata Banerjee, whoever it may be, are being targeted by agencies, by the courts, by the Raj Bhavans? So this is happening across the country.
Okay, my last question to you, sir. The BJP says that because the investigation will begin, pending investigation, the Chief Minister must resign, because as someone who holds that office of the Chief Minister, he can influence investigation.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Israel announced conducting dozens of new airstrikes on Hezbollah strongholds in Lebanon, just a day after the deadliest bombardment since the 2006 war, which resulted in the deaths of 558 people, including 50 children. The overnight strikes on southern Lebanon came after it said it had killed a large number of militants when it hit about 1,600 suspected Hezbollah targets around the country. Israel has named its operations against Hezbollah Operation Northern Arrows, following its announcement earlier this month that it would shift its focus now from Gaza to Lebanon. And we have a very special guest here in the studio. Reuven Azar is Ambassador of Israel to India. Thank you so much for taking time out and coming to NDTV studio. Ambassador Azar, after 500 lives were lost in Lebanon, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had reached out to the Lebanese people, and he had said that they should not become human shields for the Hezbollah. But the question is, the number of civilian casualties is very high, both in Gaza and in Lebanon. Why are they becoming collateral in this prolonged war?
Well, Maria, thank you for this interview. What is happening in Lebanon right now is that in the last 48 hours, we targeted more than 1,700 military targets, and most of them were embedded inside the homes of civilians in southern Lebanon. What Hezbollah has done in the last few years is a double war crime. They have been embedding their missiles inside the homes of people to conceal them from Israel, and they have been firing indiscriminately at civilians in northern Israel from these installations. So what Israel had to do is to take out, we have gathered meticulously intelligence about these locations in the last few years, and fortunately we've been able to target and to destroy dozens thousands of missiles that were in those areas. Now, the families that were living there are some of them that didn't evacuate on time, despite the fact that we called them by phone, we intercepted their radio communications, we tried in any way possible to take them out of harm's way. Despite that fact, yes, there were some civilians that were killed as well. But when you look at the magnitude of this, 1,700 military targets in 48 hours, you will see that actually this has been very successful, because at the end of the day, when you compare the damage that would be caused from these missiles on Israeli civilians to the price that the people had to pay, it's a relatively low price. Now, of course, every loss of life is tragic, and Israel does whatever it's possible to take civilians out of harm's way. Fortunately, today, thousands and tens of thousands of civilians from South Lebanon have been evacuated, and that's a very important thing. We will continue to put pressure on the Hezbollah.
So, Ambassador, can Israel really afford a ground invasion, the one that we saw in 1982 and 2006?
Well, we are not interested in war at all. We've been trying for the last 11 months, since Hezbollah, in an unprovoked way, attacked Israel and fired more than 8,300 rockets. We have tried to get to a diplomatic solution together with our American friends, and we suggested something very simple. Go and implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701 that states very clearly that Hezbollah forces cannot go south of the Litani River, cannot come to the border with Israel. If Hezbollah terrorists move away from the border, there will be a ceasefire, our civilians will be able to go back to their homes, and we can stop the war now. Okay? But if Hezbollah continues to be stubborn and continues to fire at Israel and continues to refuse to implement the UN Security Council resolution, this war will continue.
So there is no timeline per se as to when will this war come to an end, but over 700 Israeli defense forces have lost their lives on the battlefield. There are protests happening from their families as well. How is your government viewing these developments?
Well, first of all, there is wall-to-wall consensus in Israel that we have to deal with the security threats, both in the Gaza Strip, that have been dealt with pretty successfully, and also in the north, because Israel has to go back to a normal life. And we cannot go back to a normal life when we have a threat of imminent attack by terrorists. Now, of course, that this bears a cost. And yes, there are people that are not satisfied, especially the families that have hostages still in the Gaza Strip. So we will have to deal with the dilemma, and we will have to solve the situation, because we cannot surrender to Hamas. And we are trying to get into a deal that is actually sponsored by the United States and by the Security Council, But as the spokesperson of the White House has said, Hamas is refusing this deal. And therefore, we'll have to be persistent, we'll have to bear patience. Some people are not going to be satisfied. Well, that's a democracy, they can demonstrate. But at the end of the day, people of Israel are have a very strong conviction that we have to defend ourselves, and we have to create a situation in which these terrorist organizations will no longer attack Israel in the future.
Ambassador, despite all military operations in Gaza, you have been able to evacuate or ensure, or should I say, secure hostages only through negotiations. That is the way it has largely happened. So please go ahead and explain, so what is really the way forward in terms of negotiations? How do you see the remaining hostages? How will they be secure and returned home?
First of all, as you know, we've been able to bring back 150 hostages home. About 25 of them were rescued in military operations. And the rest, you're right, they've been coming back as a result of negotiations, of a deal that happened only after we put a huge amount of military pressure on Hamas and after diplomatic pressure was used by other players. Now, what is happening right now is that we are in a more difficult stage. And why is that? Because Hamas understands that we are going to be determined to completely destroy their capabilities, and we will not allow them to rearm and regroup. And therefore, they are toughening their position in the negotiation, and that it has been more difficult to reach a solution or to reach a deal. But we have to be persistent. And those countries that are against terrorism, are against future attacks by Hamas against Israel or against any other country for that matter, they should join these efforts and put pressure on Hamas so they release the hostages as soon as possible, and then peace can be restored and Gaza can be rebuilt.
Is there a number to these hostages?
Well, right now we have 101 hostages in the Gaza Strip. Unfortunately, according to the statement of the Prime Minister a few days back, we estimate that about half of them are already dead. Many of them died on the 7th of October. They were massacred, they were murdered by Hamas terrorists, and their bodies were taken hostage into the Gaza Strip. So we know that their life is in danger. We are trying to do whatever we can in order to bring them back.
Ambassador, last week India was among the 43 countries that abstained from voting in the UN General Assembly on a resolution, of course, which was demanding that Israel's unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territories must end within 12 months. Do you see India as among those nations which can possibly play the role of a peacemaker?
Well, India is a great friend of Israel. We appreciate very much the support of India since the 7th of October and the fact that India condemned the attacks and supported our right for self-defense. I think that the voting of India in the General Assembly is a testament that they are following a path of supporting a realistic solution, okay? And not something that is completely detached from reality. If we want to see a situation in which the Palestinians rule themselves, this is something that Israel wants to see as well, not just India, we'll have to work together to, first of all, defeat the terrorists and also encourage the more pragmatic and moderate forces within Palestinian society. And in generally speaking, we will have to fight radicalism in West Asia, because this is actually the source of the instability we are seeing around us. And India knows that very well, because you have been suffering for that kind of radicalism around you.
And Ambassador, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi just 2 days ago had that very interesting meeting with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas in the United States. And of course, he expressed concerns over situation in Gaza. He has also called for end to these hostilities. How does Israel see this?
Well, we also want to see an end to these hostilities. We are a peace-loving country. We are a democracy. We thrive because we maintain periods of stability, and we need the help of our friends in order to restore that stability. And it's going to be up to India to decide to what extent it wants to be involved. But I'm sure that once we have achieved cooperation with our neighbors when it comes to foiling attacks from Iran, and we are defending together the skies of the Middle East, once we reach political stability, we also be able to reach economic cooperation and prosperity, and continue the path that was set in the Abraham Accords. And I think that we've heard from my Indian friends that they also want to be part of this stability and prosperity, because we all have interests of trade. We all want to work together, and the pragmatic countries together with Israel can be a corridor between India and Asia, between them and Europe. So we want to go back to the implementation of this vision, and it can be done, but before we do it, we need to defeat the radicals, because if we don't do that, they will always be a menace. They will always impede us from doing what we have to do for our peoples.
But Ambassador Azhar, you are still sounding optimistic with regards to Abraham Accords. But the larger question is, does it really have a future, given how battle lines are so sharply drawn in the Middle East?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll tell you what is the proof. The proof is that under the umbrella of CENTCOM, the American command of the region, we've been cooperating deeply, both in intelligence and operationally, to defend the skies of the Middle East. And we managed to foil this terrible attack, unprecedented in history, this barrage of drones and missiles and ballistic missiles that was fired at Israel on the 13th of April. So if we are capable of working together to foil attacks from Iran, believe me, that we will be able to restore stability and also create economic cooperation once peace is achieved.
We have seen pagers and other devices explode in Lebanon, and Hezbollah has blamed Israel for it. This is a new age digital warfare that we are seeing play out. What exactly is your reading of the situation?
Well, in the past there used to be either wars between conventional armies or fights against terrorism. I think that today war has kind of a hybrid nature. We've seen it in Israel because we have been attacked like no other country in the history of modern times. And we have been attacked not only with rockets and missiles, but also with cyber attacks. We've been attacked from the air, from the sea, from the land, from tunnels, from very different ways. And at the end of the day, you have to create a situation in which you can not only defend yourself, but also be able to surprise your enemy. So, I won't go into details of what Israel is doing or is not doing, but the bottom line is that if we want to achieve stability, we have to show to these terrorists that are using unconventional and unethical and immoral ways of fighting that we can also surprise them.
Ambassador, my last question to you. Is the current regime in Israel waiting for the results of US elections? The reason why I'm asking this is because the Democratic nominee, presidential nominee, and Vice President Kamala Harris, in fact, in a recent interview said that she favors pausing arms shipment to Israel.
Well, I don't think that Kamala Harris said that she is going to that is going to limit assistance to Israel. Israel enjoys vast support from the American people. Actually, 80% of American people support Israel and its right to defend itself. And this happens both in the Republican side and also in the Democratic side. We enjoy overwhelming support in Congress, and we saw that when our Prime Minister Netanyahu, visited the United States and gave a fourth speech in Congress. It's actually the foreign leader who gave the most number of speeches before both houses of Congress. So I think that our situation in the United States is solid, and I'm confident that we'll find a way to cooperate with any American administration that will be elected next November.
All right, Ambassador Azhar, pleasure speaking to you, and thank you for making the effort and coming all the way to NDTV studios.
My pleasure, Maria. Thank you very much.
We are putting out that discussion on ndtv.com. That's all from me. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
I don't care for no songs and proses.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mail-in mans. All I want is a touch of love.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzzed. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in Assembly.
Badlapur rape accused father moves to the High Court seeking probe in the death case. An SIT begins probe into Badlapur accused's death. The Maharashtra government says that the accused died in cop retaliation, while the opposition says that the accused was killed to protect certain individuals. Actor turned MLA Mukesh, accused of rape, is arrested, then released on bail. The police releases a lookout notice for actor Siddiq, whose anticipatory bail plea was rejected. A massive setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah after the High Court dismissed his plea against a probe into the alleged MUDA scam. He hits out at BJP's revenge politics as the BJP demands his resignation. Asked to go for the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, 26 seats across 6 districts. With Central Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, Ravindra Raina are the key contenders in this crucial phase. US President Joe Biden delivers his last address as US President at the United Nations General Assembly. The US President says that Putin's war has failed. Speaking on Gaza, he said that a full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. The big story that we are tracking at the top of this hour, the father of Akshay Shinde, the man accused of molesting 2 4-year-old in Badlapur, who died in police firing, has approached the Bombay High Court seeking probe into the alleged fake encounter, is what he calls. The father sought a fresh special investigation team probe into the case and this fake encounter. He claimed that his son was murdered under the garb of shootout. This matter has been listed for tomorrow now. In fact, my colleague Radhika joins us to get us more on this. Radhika, amid the entire ongoing political war of words over the accused Akshay Shinde's murder, this hearing that is going to happen, it will certainly add another dimension to it.
The father of Akshay Shinde, deceased in the Badlapur retaliatory firing, in fact, approaching the Bombay High Court today, he has sought a fresh SIT probe into his death. He's called it a fake encounter. In fact, an SIT is already formed by the state government to look into the death of Akshay Shinde. But now his father approaching the Bombay High Court with a petition seeking for fresh investigations into the case. His plea was mentioned before a division bench. Now, the lawyer representing the father had informed the bench that the accused was killed in an encounter with the police on Monday, and there is a suspicion that evidence in the case could be destroyed. So, therefore, it sought an urgent hearing. So, now it will be heard before a division bench tomorrow. Fresh SIT on the case as well as on the fake, as they call it, a fake encounter has been sought. In fact, the father also claiming that his son was murdered under the garb of shootout. So, serious allegations there. Now, that has been listed for tomorrow. We also know for a fact that Bombay High Court had taken suo motu cognizance of this case, and it had to be heard on October 1. So, it remains to be seen if High Court will take cognizance of this particular incident also, and perhaps ask for another SIT probe or for a judicial probe, considering the High Court had been unhappy with the Badlapur sexual assault probe itself and had slammed the investigation agency over a shoddy probe. So now, with the death of the main accused and several questions especially being raised by the opposition over the manner in which he was killed. They had said, they had alleged that this is foul play. So considering all these allegations and accusations being thrown by the opposition, we'll have to wait and see what the Bombay High Court directives will be tomorrow.
Right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. In fact, the death of this accused Akshay Shinde, it has snowballed into a controversy ahead of the assembly elections in Maharashtra. Shinde, he was killed in retaliatory firing after he snatched the gun of a constable, according to the police. But the opposition, like Radhika was mentioning, it has alleged that he was killed to destroy proof and protect powerful individuals.
Political war of words over the death of the accused in the Badlapur sexual assault case in an alleged retaliatory firing by cops. Akshay Shinde, a school cleaner who was arrested last month for sexually assaulting two 4-year-old girls in their school, was shot dead after he allegedly snatched a gun from a police official and opened fire while being transported from Taloja jail. The opposition has accused the government of foul play, claiming it was a deliberate execution aimed at destroying evidence and protecting other influential individuals involved in the case.
जस्टिस मिलना जरूरी था और जस्टिस मिलने के बाद फांसी देना जरूरी था, लेकिन जो भी कल घटना घड़ी है उसमें काफी सारे प्रश्न हैं। पहला प्रश्न यही है कि क्या आपटी को बचाने के लिए ये एनकाउंटर या खून या जो भी हो वो हुआ है। दूसरी चीज सबसे अहम यही होती है कि जो आंदोलन करते थे, जिन्होंने जिस बात के खिलाफ आंदोलन किया, 7 दिन तक एफआईआर नहीं ली गई थी, वो जो आंदोलन किया उनके खिलाफ जो केसेस दर्ज हुए हैं वो केसेस के पीछे लिए जाएंगे, केसेस विड्रॉ किए जाएंगे।
Countering the allegation, the ruling coalition in the state has defended the action of the police.
जो आरोपी 4 साल की बच्ची पर अत्याचार कर रहा था, लोगों से मांग हो रही थी कि लोग हमें जो है आरोपी हमारे ताबे में दो। आज जहां पर आरोपी पुलिस पे फायरिंग कर रहा था, पुलिस ने सेल्फ डिफेंस में फायरिंग की, तो अब इनको दुख हो रहा है।
Shiv Sena workers even celebrated the death of Badlapur accused Akshay Shinde.
बदलापुर में जो हुआ था कल उसका बदला लिया गया है और मैं इसका पूरी तरह समर्थन करता हूं। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि एनकाउंटर कानून है, एनकाउंटर कानूनी होता है, एनकाउंटर एक अपवाद होता है।
On the proof front, the state government has formed an SIT to probe the case. The SIT is questioning all the officials present in the police vehicle at the time of the incident and have also inspected the spot with the help of forensics department. Post-mortem report is awaited.
स्पेशल टीम के अधिकारियों ने माननीय न्यायालय से ट्रांसफर वारंट के वो आरोपी को ये जो नया गुना दाखिल हुआ है उसमें ट्रांसफर करने के लिए तलोजा मध्यवर्ती कारागृह से कल उसको ताबे में लिया था और ताबे में लेके जब वो आ रहे थे थाना की तरफ, तब आरोपी ने पुलिस का रिवॉल्वर जो पुलिस के साथ पुलिस के ऊपर फायरिंग की। उसके वो सब जो मैटर है उसमें मुमरा पुलिस स्टेशन में पुलिस के ऊपर जानलेवा हमला करने का जो ये था उस पे गुना रजिस्टर किया गया है।
As the opposition continues to question the government over the mysterious circumstances of Shinde's death, the Bombay High Court is set to continue its hearing on the suo motu PIL over the Badlapur sexual assault case next week. It remains to be seen if the court will intervene and call for a judicial probe. Bureau Report, NDTV.
News now from Kerala. CPIM MLA and actor Mukesh, he was arrested and immediately released on bail in connection with a sexual assault complaint filed by a junior artist. Mukesh, he was accompanied by his lawyer, appeared before the special investigation team where he was questioned for 3 hours. The allegation came in the wake of the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, which shed light on the rampant prevalence of sexual harassment and abuse of power in the Malayalam film industry. Also, the Kerala police has issued a lookout notice against Malayalam actor Siddiq in relation to allegations against him. The police have begun search operations over the alleged sexual assault case. The High Court dismissed Siddique's bail plea in a rape case reported by a former actress. In a massive setback to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the High Court pronounced its verdict dismissing his petition challenging the governor's permission for prosecution in the MUDA allegations. The court has paved the way for investigation, but a combative Chief Minister he hit out at the BJP, calling it revenge politics and Operation Lotus by the ruling party. The BJP, in the meanwhile, has demanded his resignation. My colleague Pratibha Raman tracks the political fallout.
There was no legal reprieve for Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah as the High Court upheld the state governor's decision to allow a probe to proceed against the Chief Minister in the alleged multi-crore MUDA land allotment scam. Dismissing the petition of the Chief Minister challenging the governor's August 17th order, the court said, "There is no doubt that an investigation is needed against the CM. The applicant's family has benefited in this matter. The High Court orders that investigation against Siddaramaiah is necessary." The petitioners in the case hailed the order as a vindication of their stand, and the BJP demanded immediate resignation of the CM.
I am not going to make any political comments on this, because what happens to that? See, my point is to fight corruption. Politics is a different ball game. They will go to the Supreme Court and they will file against this order. We will be informed by the court and we will also approach. We will face it there.
आज राज्य के उच्च न्यायालय कर्नाटक हाई कोर्ट आज के जजमेंट में क्लियरली बताया है, जो भी राज्यपाल ने निर्णय लिया है वो पूरा सही है। तो मुख्यमंत्री जी को इस जजमेंट को मानते हुए तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
A combative CM and the Congress, however, projected a united front while addressing the media, terming this a political conspiracy of the BJP.
I'm not afraid of the conspiracy hatched out by both BJP and JDS. After go through the judgment, I will discuss with the legal experts.
While CM Siddaramaiah, who has been priding himself for having no charges against him in 40 years, has been mulling legal recourse now, the question of morality comes in with the opposition urging him to resign. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
For Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan, he has warned actor Prakash Raj and others not to mock or poke fun at Hindu beliefs and sentiments, warning them that he would not tolerate any attempt to demean Sanatan Dharma. This even as VHP and other Hindu seers are demanding an FIR to punish the culprits, and Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister, is finalizing what the SIT will do.
Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan, who is on an 11-day Prayashchitta Diksha to atone for the adulteration of Tirupati Laddu with animal fat, has warned those from the film world and others not to poke fun at Sanatana Dharma, and said the same people would not dare to comment on Islam or Christianity.
అయ్యప్ప స్వామి దీక్ష చేసే వాళ్ళ మీద ఎంత ఇష్టారాజ్యంగా మాట్లాడతారు. ఇదే మీరు ఎవరన్నా సరే ఇస్లాం మీద మీరు గొంతు ఎత్తగలరా? ఎందుకంటే రోడ్ల మీదకి వచ్చి కొడతారని మీకు భయం, అందుకు మీరు మాట్లాడరు. హిందువులు అంటే మెత్తని మనుషులు కదా.
Reacting to Pawan Kalyan's proposal for a Sanatana Dharma Rakshana Board, actor Prakash Raj had said, instead of spreading apprehensions and blowing the issue up nationally, the Deputy Chief Minister should get the issue probed and take stringent action. At a film function, Tamil actor Karthi had refused to be drawn into a controversy over the laddu.
ఎందుకంటే చాలా డీప్ పెయిన్ ఇది. మీరు లడ్డు మీద జోక్లు వేస్తున్నారు. నేను ఒక సినిమా ఫంక్షన్లో కూడా చూశాను. లడ్డు ఈజ్ ఎ సెన్సిటివ్ ఇష్యూ అని. డోంట్ యూ ఎవర్ సే దట్. డోంట్ యూ ఎవర్ dare to say that, please.
Actor Karthi has apologized, and actor Prakash Raj has said Pawan Kalyan has misinterpreted what he said.
శ్రీ పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు,
నేను ఇప్పుడే మీ ప్రెస్ మీట్ని చూశాను. నేను చెప్పిందేంటి, మీరు దాన్ని అపార్థం చేసుకుని తిప్పుతున్నదేంటి?
This even as Hindu seers protested in front of the Tirupati Devasthanam office at Tirumala on Tuesday and demanded that an FIR should be filed against those responsible for the reported adulteration with animal fat of cow ghee that was used to make Tirupati Laddu. The seers were angry that they were stopped and were not given any answers.
స్వామీజీలకి గౌరవం ఇవ్వండి, హిందూ ధార్మిక సంస్థ ప్రతినిధులకి గౌరవం ఇవ్వండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇది ధార్మిక సంస్థ, సనాతన ధార్మిక సంస్థ. అలాంటి ధార్మిక సంస్థలోకి హిందువులను పంపించకుండా ఈ మాదిరి గేట్లు వేయడం అనేది గత ప్రభుత్వం ఏదైతే చేసిందో అదే తప్పిదం ఈరోజు మీరు కూడా చేస్తున్నారు.
Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu held a high-level meeting to finalize who would head the SIT announced by him and also its contours. At a time when Chandrababu Naidu and Jagan Mohan Reddy are attacking each other sharply on hurting Hindu religious sentiment, Pawan Kalyan in yellow-orange robes and on a 11-day Prashchit Diksha has got the optics and the messaging right as the man who will rise to protect from any threat to the Sanatana Dharma. That also goes with the BJP template on the Hindu religion. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in India after wrapping up his 3-day visit to the United States, during which he attended the Quad Leaders meeting, an overwhelming Indian community event, and addressed the Summit of the Future at the United Nations General Assembly. Prime Minister also held bilateral meetings with his Japanese and Australian counterparts on the sidelines of the Quad Summit and exchanged views to deepen bilateral cooperation further for mutual benefits and the peace, stability and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region. In fact, there have been a lot of political reactions coming in. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, he has posted on his social media saying, "Congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on the successful 3-day tour to the United States. The tour further fortifies the Modi doctrine of diplomacy, which over the last 10 years has propelled Bharat to the role of a global change maker, leading through examples in sustainable development." And Joe Biden, in his final address at the United Nations General Assembly, said that Putin's war has failed at its core aim. He also said that Putin set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He also spoke about NATO, which he said that Putin also set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, more united than ever before with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. He also spoke about the ongoing war in Gaza, where he said that the war there in Gaza, he said that the war is not good for long-lasting. It's time to end the war in Gaza. Biden was addressing the United Nations General Assembly there.
The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, and more united than ever before with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine. Not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
And as we close...
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.